right, so here is my live stream link. If you're willing to go check it out, to lurk there, that would help me out quite a bit. And yeah, so Coca-Beal and Laronix, thank you for the follows. And yeah, ThinkBot Labs, man, 3-stream streak, appreciate that. So here we are. What we end up seeing is that it absolutely worked. We got all of our tests passing at a very specific time of day. There is another specific time of day that fails them. If we were to rerun all jobs, do we think we would get them to work? Let's check it out. Let's see. While that runs, I do have to use the restroom, actually. Should we celebrate the latest YouTube video? I think we got more to celebrate, too, but I don't want to jinx it. Okay. So yeah, 2 interviews I had today I'm pretty happy about. Got declined for the one I had yesterday, but that's fine. I don't think I was necessarily a great fit, and they most likely had other people that were better fits. I get it. I still think I would have done really well in the role. But, you know, no hard feelings to the company. Anyone who knows which one it was, because I might have let it slip by accident, they're still a great company. Clipping like crazy? Really? Shit. I didn't even test that. Really? Oh, hold on. You mean in the live feed? Not the video. Check, check, check. Oh, it does look loud. Okay, live feed. Whew. Okay, that's easier. Yeah, the noise suppression didn't seem to want to kick in. Does that help? Did I fix it? Fixed? We better? Check, check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Microphone check. 1, 2. What is this? I'm gonna get back and get down to business. I don't even know what song that's from. Okay, all better? Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, that helped a lot. Thank you. Really appreciate you guys. Yeah, I don't know why my audio is just all over the place. I think the interface is actually going out. Could be the battery inside the microphone. I should have that off, but I might have forgotten to turn that off. I don't know. But okay, cool. We got the audio fixed over on YouTube. Thank you, guys. Right, so we got all of our tests to pass yesterday. 3 of them fail right now. This one that's failing is the start end before global. Yep. And it's happening in probably multiple of these tests. So 1 passes, that's the C sharp. The Go and the Rust are failing at the moment. The fact that we got them to build yesterday is the crazy part. Let me get music back going. Code Helix, thank you for the follow. Welcome. I just got it on Amazon. I think we've had this one now for like 3 years or so. It's been a little while. But okay, so I am going to celebrate a bit. You know, holiday time. Finally got this video out, right? I've been meaning to like release this video for like 6 months. Had the initial video recorded for it ages ago. Re-recorded it like a couple weeks ago, more like a month ago probably. So yeah, we're going to celebrate releasing that and how, you know, I think I had some decent interviews today. Ooh, one thing, this is 100 proof. So I'm going to need to pace myself a bit. But this is my favorite whiskey. And I don't like to use the word favorite, so you hear me saying that, you know it means something. This is Henry McKenna. The 10-year. The bottled in bond. This is the one I was drinking in New York at probably the better bar we went to, like me and Janhua. And yeah, it was good. A poll to see if I actually pace it. Ooh. I'm not so sure I want to honor that poll. Right, that's a light pour. I doubt that's even... I bet that's like an even ounce, actually. Barrel number 14204. It's got 42 in it, so we know it's good. Oh, yeah. Wanting whiskey and having none is a brutal, brutal thing. I should have done a taster before pouring the water in. I do want to do a taster with the water right now, too. It's definitely got like a different smell than the previous whiskey we were drinking. Ooh. I'd say it's a little like more like oaky compared to the Woodford Reserve. I think that's a good way to phrase that. The bartender at the one bar in New York where they served this said it was a sweet whiskey. I can't tell the difference. I have no idea. I think it's pretty sweet. Like, not like actual flavor wise, just like cool, you know? And yeah, we're, you know, kind of in holiday mode. Most of the places that I've been talking to are busy next week, so I can't even like continue the interview process with a few of them until, you know, January, which is chill. We got just like a nice chill week ahead of us. You like it? Thank you, Otiv. Yeah. Any feedback you have, anything I should add to the description, I'm really looking for the feedback. And maybe comment on it, throw a like, subscribe if you haven't yet. You know, all that stuff. Smash that like button. Defenestrate the like button. If you don't know what defenestrate means, it means to throw out a window. Like literally to throw out a window. The fact that there's a literal word for that is pretty awesome. Okay, cool. Yeah, I appreciate you. Thank you. How do you feel about the thumbnail? Stuff like that? Looking for that feedback? Hold on, let me reply to some of the tweets. Hey, thank you. Yeah, I think decorators are still nice because there's some interesting stuff we can show you. It basically prevents you from doing the horizontal expansion of nested functions, and instead it's all vertically stacked. And hey, what's up, Coding with Strangers? So yeah, if you wanted to memoize a function, debounce it, add some logging to it, things like that, right? Performance time it. All 3-4 of these things could be individual functions, decorators that do that, but you stack them all vertically instead of wrapping your functions higher order function-wise. So there is still a major use case for decorators. The fact that they're kind of inherently class-based is kind of a big issue with them. Right? I'd love to do it just for a standard function. That'd be so much better. But doing so kind of harms hoisting. So that's where you run into that issue. Oh shit. Hold on. Oh wait, can I edit a comment? Yes. Time zone bugs? Yeah. Yeah, I don't think this is specifically a time zone issue. I think it's just a midnight rollover issue. So yeah, sorry, just wanted to reply to some of the comments we got. Yeah. No, that's the problem, though, Zerk. Even if we convert it all to the same time zone, technically, I am doing that. It's all getting converted to UTC. We still deal with the midnight issue if everything's in UTC. If someone wants to set something for a time that rolls over midnight, regardless of where they are in the world, they should be able to do that. But calculating that becomes tricky. Specifically for, like, why and how we're doing this. So yeah, that part does get a bit tricky. Alright, hold on. Let me get all this queued up. Let me get this in the right place. Throw that there, just in case we see some comments come in there. And twitter.com here. So yeah, there we go. And yeah, thank you for the feedback. If you want to throw some of that feedback, Steel Toad, over into a comment on YouTube, that would help me out. But no worries if not. And yeah, how you doing, Coding with Strangers? Thank you for the lurk over there. Or was that you I replied to? That's possible too. So this right here seems to be an issue. Yep. In here, we want to do something like cargo test. 3 passed, 2 failed. Did we not fix our daily code yet? Oh, we didn't actually submit our daily code yet. Yes, that's our problem there. So yeah, our Rust code up here was actually expected to fail still. So we see the start and end getting parsed as we would expect them to. I'm wondering if the earliest and latest stuff is actually giving us an issue. So we're getting into is active date. hold on. Let's look at our test right here. So I want to actually move these up. That way we get our assertions logged out exactly where they fail. Oh, you know what? It's not that test. This is in our end-to-end test. Shit. Okay. So this one fails, the active daily still. All right, that's at 313 that we're getting that failure. The client actually has it in a totally different place, and that's where the start-end is. So the start-end from the end-to-end test is what's getting us there. I think I actually know what that issue is. Let me go look at our mock data. So yeah, inside of our test server here, we see app get. Inside of our scheduled group ID, this is where we do some stuff. So before, during, after global, we do some of this. Right, so we don't have anything other than millisecond to set there. I don't think that would affect our error, but getting the 0 relative time is probably still useful. I think that's actually our complete issue right there. It does mean we need to restart this dev server because we modified stuff and we don't have a watcher yet. And yeah, how you doing, Four Wheel Gator? I hope I shouted you out. Might have forgotten. And that fails because this import's no good. Ooh, Cody nailing it there. No, it's fine. Yeah. Still not an excuse. I don't want to completely ignore people. But yeah, man, Cody is really good with the auto-completion. Cane Farmer, we typically recommend Free Code Camp. All right, freecodecamp.org, I think. There's also the Odin Project. I've heard good things about that. I'd say give either one of those a shot. Even if you don't want to be a web developer, learning web dev stuff is easiest because it happens right there in your browser. You can run all of it right there in your browser. A lot of tooling runs right there in your browser. Right? A lot of the educational content runs right in your browser. So getting started with web dev stuff is a great springboard into other stuff. Because you need, when you're starting out, you want to see results as quick as possible, and fighting your compiler or, you're setting up a dev environment is already, a huge issue, right? Who here succeeded the first time they tried to set up a compiler-based dev environment? I didn't. I definitely didn't. And it turned me off of programming because it was so difficult to actually see a result. So instead, web stuff, you can see a result of your actions and see progress of learning new stuff over time in a really good way. So I recommend web stuff first, even if you don't want to be a web developer. Oh, really, Jarrell? Is that because you were doing, Angular JS? Old Angular? Because if so, I completely agree. Yeah, old Angular really just didn't have the developer experience of modern frameworks, right? New Angular totally does. But old Angular? Oof. Yeah, what's up, Eleven's Ghost? How you doing? Oh man, I love that background. You wouldn't download a bear. Oh, I wish you could see the bear's face. Oh, I need to get another... Yeah, hold on. Alright, there you go. You wouldn't download a bear. Okay, so yes, we fixed our end-to-end tests. Our start-end is working. All right. Yeah, hold up. We're going to get that pushed up pretty much immediately. Oh, wait. No, how did that even work? That should not have worked. There's no way that should have worked. So we still get 2 failed. Okay, yep. So still failing at that end-to-end. Yep. Didn't solve our issues completely there. So we've got this part. No, that's not the right part. That's where the core logic is. What if we wanted to test a specific cargo file? What's up, Trevenge? How you doing? Yeah, no worries. All right, so what is our module name? Well, let's try it. Tests, and then the function name. Let's just throw this first one in. Okay, so that seems fine. Oh, none of those worked because we didn't actually run a test. Okay, so that runs at least. We just didn't need the exact part. Okay, so we just got to fix this bug now. Man. We've had consistently lower viewership here for the past few days. It's weird. It's probably just holidays, I hope. Yeah, probably. I hope so. I've definitely seen other channels that didn't dip, however. So yeah, interesting. Whatever. Just gotta pretend it doesn't happen, doesn't exist, and we just keep plugging along. Let's try the start-end one. Yeah, exactly. Coding with strangers. Yeah, holiday lows. You're noticing it too. All right. Yeah, it's just odd to me that there are streams that aren't affected somehow, but there are streams that don't stream as much, right? So I think people get FOMO from missing it, whereas nobody gets FOMO from missing one of these streams, right? I get it. You can just chime in tomorrow and you're good. Could I optimize for FOMO? Maybe, but that would make me feel dirty. All right, so our start end works here locally just fine. Which means our start end tests are no good, which I find interesting. I find that really interesting. Yeah, our unit test for start end is not covering what our end-to-end test actually does. But our end-to-end test only covers that at a specific time of day. We just happen to be within that time of day right now. So that's the tricky part. That is the tricky part. Oh, and you know what? Twitter. Here we go. Latest? Okay. Man, 5 reposts already, too. But super low views because Twitter really hates outbound links. Which I just think is the worst on their part. Right? Like, what am I even paying for a premium for? But all right, so yeah, I want to spam out that latest thing when we, you know, get a couple more people in here, possibly a raid or two. You know, just do some of that. And what's up, Eru? How you doing? Doing well? Nice. So maybe you just got here and didn't see it. Hey, I got a tweet that you should probably go check out. Maybe give a like, maybe give a retweet too. Maybe make a comment, whatever. And then possibly watch the video that it's linking to. So it's basically a tweet about my latest YouTube video. I'm hoping to get the tweet kind of like more published as well. Right? Try and work the algorithm a little bit. Because Twitter's a jerk about it. Companies tend to mimic their creators. Yeah, I appreciate it. But yeah, what's the war room at work? About what? Is there like a major fire? Like, are you guys having to put out a huge fire for some reason? What's up, ASM? How you doing? I know, did somebody break prod? Was it you? Wait. So someone migrated a DB, which locked a table, then response times went up, then connections ran out. The cat has the best face regarding that. Oh my god, yeah, dude. Yeah, man. Which one is that? Sorry, I forgot the name of that cat. That's Max? Hell yeah. Is that the one that passed? Sorry for bringing up something that's maybe tender. He's still going? Cool. You did have, like, one that you had to put down or something, right? Maybe I'm mixing that up. Oh, Toby, right? Right? I think that was his name. Maybe I'm mixing that up. Toby Tripod? Was that it? Yeah, that's a cool cat. Oh, Amputee Amber. Oh, okay, so Toby Tripod was previous. Okay. Okay. But that one right there is Amber that you were showing? I do remember hearing the name Toby Tripod, and I like that name. That is Amber? Okay, gotcha. So yeah, hold on. So you've been going... It's been going for 3 hours. Infra team just fixed it by killing some other service. Architecting a migration solution right now? Okay, yep. Oh, interesting there, Eru. Okay. But right, like, you want to have a 0 downtime deploy. And that's actually hard to do. Yeah, I get that. Dude, yeah, 0 downtime deploys are a nightmare. Alright, whenever there's a DB change. Hold on. I'm going to make sure I follow everyone that gave an initial like to my video tweet, because I appreciate all of y'all. Y'all are the best. And there it is. Yeah, throw a like on that tweet. Get yourself a follow. It's follow for like, not follow for follow. Bam, bam, boom. But no, this does at least let me know, like, you know, who's, you know, here. Who's hanging out. I am more than happy to follow the people that watch me on a regular basis. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it. I will say, maybe wait a bit to, like, shout out that you're the one that did it, because I think that totally gives me a bit of an inkling on who you are on Twitter. So if you want to maintain that anonymity, maybe wait a bit to shout out that you did it. If you're not worried about that, that's fine. Just in case you want that anonymity. Anonymity. Oh, no, definitely not. Yeah, we're good. And I don't think anyone can actually see those anymore either. So people can't see who liked a thing anymore, which is awesome. Yeah, I think there was a lot of toxicity around that previously. Like, if they know your account, they can see what you've liked, but they can't see all the people that have liked a tweet. That's only for, like, the creator. And I think that was actually a really good fix. Like, they did a really good thing with that one. Now, granted, I would love to check out some people that like those every once in a while, but yeah. Yeah, no worries for it, Will. I don't remember you commenting that that was you in any GitHub things. Oh, really, Chaotic? Oh, well, hold on. Don't dox that part. That's real easy to figure out. We gotcha. I actually remember that issue now. That part's real easy to go and just check. So yeah, you can actually find that still Chaotic? I did not realize that. I thought you could only tell if you knew the person's account ahead of time. Oh, alright, well, never mind. I'll stop shouting things out. Like that, at least. No worries for it, Will. Yeah, we got you. We got you. All right, so our daily test is still failing. Oh, really, Chaotic? Oh, there you go. Yeah, it's mainly for people that actually do care. I think that's the important part, right? If you don't care, then it's not a big deal, but if you do care, you should still be able to have that privacy. I think that's really important. So our mocked now looks pretty good to me. Ah, thanks, Eleven's Ghost. Yeah, I like the beanie too. Solid. I gotta have like a regular beanie underneath it, just because this beanie is extra scratchy, right? I'd like scratch my forehead raw. Technically, this beanie's a bit scratchy, but a couple days of use and we're good. Yeah, brand new beanies are actually really scratchy until like your skin oils like work into it. And I know it sounds gross, but yeah, it's necessary. So yeah, we're not sure what's going wrong here yet. Yeah, I know. Skin oils sounds gross, but it's the truth. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, skin oil is actually beneficial to us not getting acne, right? People think skin oil is the cause of acne, but if you were to strip all the oil off your face, you'll actually get more acne. Right? Just everything out in the world, the particles, like the dust, everything would clog your pores real bad. Dry skin sucks. Yeah. I'm really curious about this. Ooh, and hold on. Wait. Oh, we are doing the before whole schedule. Before day schedule. During schedule, after day schedule, after whole schedule. If I just skip those... All right, we still fail. All right, so the whole schedule, right? Whole schedule would have also been failing out in the same exact way that start-end is failing for the end-to-end stuff. That's not our issue here either. So that's not the problem. We'll leave that commented for now, but technically... if we wanted it to be exactly like all the other tests for the other SDKs, we'd remove them. But I'm thinking maybe we just improve the other SDKs by adding the things that we're missing, right? Rather than gutting this one anymore. All right, so we fail at hour 0. Let's double check that that's actually the issue. Is it just hour 0, or is it just the first hour that we hit? Hour 4. Okay, so we keep failing there. So that is really just a flaw with what we're doing then. Oh, and I haven't done a vitamin D. I was about to do one earlier, and then I just like, you know, I was like right before one of my interviews, I was like, oh, I should do a vitamin D. And then like the person joined the interview like right as I was popping the D3 bottle open. So I just decided not to take a pill in front of someone. I don't mind if you guys see. It's just a D3. Thank you for the follow. How should I pronounce your name? Al Hallison? Can I just call you Al? You can call me Betty, and Betty, when I call you, you can, or hold on, wait. I can call you Betty, and Betty, when you call me, you can call me Al. We'd have to flip that one, and my brain didn't do it very well at the first bit. You can call me Betty, or I can call you Al, and Al, when you call me, you can call me Betty. How about that one? I know Robotic Head out there is like, Betty? Yeah, right? Oh, Betty. Who's a pretty kitty? For everyone who doesn't know, that line, "Who's a pretty kitty," is from Baldur's Gate 2. If you pick the barbarian voice, you can actually apply that voice to a female character. And then if you're a orc barbarian, like a female orc barbarian, it actually kind of fits. Who's a pretty kitty? Like, it's really good. Yeah, like, it really fits. So yeah, if you haven't played Baldur's Gate 2, I heavily recommend it. We never actually finished our playthrough of Baldur's Gate 2. Yeah, so we'll have to do that at some point. That fucking John Irenicus, that dude needs to die. Oh, the dialogue is great, Mesmero, for sure. Quick thing. The actor who does the voice of John Irenicus, like the bad guy in Baldur's Gate 2, is also the scientist from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2. He also played the Supreme Evil in Time Bandits. Nipples for men? Is this not evidence that we are in the hands of a complete lunatic? I would have started with lasers. Day one, first thing. Sorry. So keep in mind, Mesmero, he's not a voice actor, technically. He's like an actor. He's like a really good actor. I forget his exact name, but he's a fantastic actor who then went into voice acting. Thanks, Four Wheel. It's one that I've played here on stream before. Yeah, he's got the line, God doesn't care about the microchip, or, you know, blah, blah, blah. And he starts doing his whole rant. Like, that part's good. It's possibly the best part of Time Bandits. Yeah. And if you've never seen Time Bandits, what are you doing with your life? If it's ever on Tubi TV, we're watching it immediately. Yep. Wasn't that bad, just dry in there. gotta stop Q-tipping my ears. Makes them really dry. So, yeah, we still got this bug. We have not solved the issue for the Rust code yet. And that is tricky to me, because I feel like we did. But something ain't right. Let's go look at the actual, like, code in here. Right, so now is expected to be UTC. Hold up. I want to see this real quick. And yeah, if you just got into stream within the past half hour or so and haven't seen me shill the YouTube video, check out that YouTube video. Be a whole lot cooler if you did. Maybe also do some stuff for the latest tweet about it. Okay, so that's good. If it's already UTC, then doing the UTC timestamp on it doesn't actually break anything. Awesome. So that is definitely not our issue. We end up getting is active date true. Yep. So we know that we're in an active date for now. And the rest of this test is not meaningful anymore. And yeah, what up, Jalu? Yeah. So technically, we had all of the tests passing in GitHub Actions, but it turns out I had not yet done the Rust code. The Rust is the last bit we're trying to fix. We hadn't pushed any of that up yet, so our passing was just because we were past when the issue happens. So that's a bummer. But we are in the process of updating this logic to pass all of our unit tests for that. I don't think it's in the leaving off here. That's actually to do with the start-end bug. Alright, sorry. Had to reply to a tweet. And yeah, how's everyone doing? Right? We're on the Thursday before basically Christmas. I think most people don't have work tomorrow. Right? So yeah, you got any fun plans for the weekend? Anything chill? I'm assuming some people are about to be traveling or maybe traveling already. Oh, there you go, Pandemonium. Yeah, I get that. There might be some software for that. Oh, Mesmero, no! Oh, what are you doing? There's still today. Friday is like the worst day you could do that. Oh my god, dude. And yeah, exactly, Mesmero. Yeah, there should be a script for that. Someone who shall remain nameless. On Discord, I frequently see them playing Cookie Clicker. Is that to keep their computer active during the day? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe I have no idea. And, you know, that's up to them. You normally work tomorrow, but they gave you today and tomorrow off? Nice. Hell yeah. Yeah, I've talked with a bunch of companies that have, like, all of next week off, which is interesting. And yeah, what's up, Sam? How you doing? Yeah, welcome from Brazil. We used to have a couple co-workers that live in Brazil. They still live in Brazil, I don't work for that company anymore for reasons that, you know, they're whatever. Oh, four-wheel, you're on call? Oof. You finished your holiday shopping? Nice. Yeah, I don't even do any holiday shopping anymore. I don't really do gifts that much either, but I am giving my, you know, most recent company's MacBook Pro to my brother. I didn't want to send it off before Christmas because that's a terrible idea. But yeah, after Christmas, I'll do an overnight. Dude, what is with the follow bot, dude? It's still going. Holy shit balls. Someone decided to buy themselves like 1,000 followers. And then whatever company they're doing that through decided to spam someone with them. At this moment, I'm getting the spam. Dude, it's still going. Someone had a New Year's resolution of hitting a certain follower number and they didn't hit it, so they're, you know, they paid for some follows. And anyone else, if you're ever in another stream here in the software and dev category, like, my guess is that you've seen someone else get follow botted like this as well. For the most part, I think it just happens because they have to, like, spread out who they give them to besides just the person that paid for them. Otherwise, you would know exactly who paid for them. That's currently my guess. That's the way I would do it if I were a scammer. At a certain point, you recognize that your follower number is meaningless. Like, totally meaningless. I'm not saying follows don't matter. I appreciate every follow from a real person. But, like, hitting the 25K number that'll probably happen soon means nothing. Like, absolutely nothing. I can have 25,000 viewers, and we're, you know, really fighting to get to 50 average viewers, you know? I meant 25,000 followers, and we're still fighting to get, like, 50 viewers during the holidays, you know? So, like, really, the number is meaningless as far as, like, follower count goes. A follow means a lot, and I appreciate those. But the follower number, totally meaningless. It's still fucking going, dude. Did someone forget to turn off their script? This is easily a couple thousand. They're gonna fall right off of the follower number here in like a few days anyway. They don't last long. Twitch corrects that within like a week. I don't think so, Mesmero, because I haven't been in like the first row of the category for a while. I think it's rare that I actually make it to the first row these days. And that's actually the biggest boost to your numbers, being within the first or second row of people's like recommended streams when they click into a category. Back before they had like the recommended for you, like, you know, drop down and making that the default, it used to be based purely on viewership, which would actually heavily incentivize the top people in the category, right? So if you made it into the first 2 rows in like the category itself, it would actually be this like self-perpetuating number that helps build upon itself because more people see you, so more people click in, and it would just like build and build. So I think it's actually really smart the way they did that. Now I'm actually harmed by that, but that's a thing, you know. It used to be that I would get into the top 2 rows consistently, and my numbers were improved because of it. I definitely don't believe this 91 viewers Twitch is telling me about right now. At all. That is Twitch having no idea what to do with all the follows that came in from that spam. But yeah, anyway. Yeah, for me it shows 91. I think they just do that to the streamer to confuse them. That's my current guess. It's to throw off, like, you know, other bots that do the counts and stuff. For some reason it's showing 91 on my end, but it only updates every, like, 5 minutes. Your Twitch recap was out to lunch? Yeah, see? So, I don't know. Yeah, it changes. That viewer number will jump and fluctuate. It's more of a heuristic than in, like, a hard and fast, like, true thing. But we haven't gotten a raid as far as I can tell, but we wouldn't really know because the follow bot spam filled up my activity feed. Yeah, see, exactly. So no, Twitch does that simply based on heuristics. The number is always a fuzzy number. It's usually within some, you know, margin of error, but it's not exact. And what's up, Raimu? Yeah, I mean, have you not seen this beanie before? I've had it for 2 or 3 years now. I think this is the 3rd year I've had it. Nah, it's fine. It's no big deal. I typically only did it on Christmas Day. Now I'm doing it for like the entire week leading up to it. So yeah, right? You got a family. You got stuff to do on Christmas Day, so obviously you missed it. That's fine. I get it. Ha! Look at this guy with a family. Ha! Nerd. I'm kidding. I don't even like using that term. I'm old enough that the term nerd still holds a bit of like negative connotation in my brain. Whereas nowadays it's like cool and empowered. I don't know. To me it still has like the same connotation. But yeah, your favorite thing, Raimu, we're doing some Rust code today. We're trying to figure out why our daily testing is a failure. Yeah, I like that it's not derogatory, but my brain still interprets it as such. And that's a flaw. I need to work on that. wouldn't say everyone likes the same thing. I think it's more varied interests are now mainstream, right? So it's not that everyone likes the same thing. It's that it's okay to like different things. Liking different things is now mainstream. Right? You're no longer a hipster if you want a bespoke X, right? There's a lot more criteria to be being classified as a hipster. There's a good quote from some show, right? Where it's like a hipsters anonymous meeting, and one of them's like, I bought a bespoke X. I don't even have a fireplace. Right? People look at me and they think I operate a boutique brewery out of my cabin in the woods, right? Oh, that's a really good idea. One of them chimes in, Anjay, I hear a taco truck. Like, right? And they all like prance out to the taco truck. And the one guy's like, he wants to get up and go. He's like, he feels like bad about it. Like, yeah, it's really good. It's really good. It's from a show called This Is Littleton. They only had one season, but it's so worth it. It's free on Tubi. Yeah, when they get a fireplace, they'll be totally prepared. This is Singleton. Ooh, there you go, Veggie. I like it. I like that. That's not bad. It's pretty good. We'll take it. We'll allow it. Oh, damn right. Yeah, I got the Christmas tree hoodie. I got the Christmas tree beanie. I am a Christmas tree. So we are definitely within an active date. So I'm glad we're not bailing out of that. So that's not our problem. Not for this test. So we know that now timestamp millis is totally fine, because that value was passed into us as a UTC. Oh! Wait, no, this is right. Shit, nope, that's totally it. We want that. So we want the start with the hour, minute, second, nanosecond of what we got. Yep, that's fine. This is end time, yep. There's no way this actually solves the problem, though, right? Start greater than end. Hey, Raimu, you're still out there, right? I have a question for you if you're still out there. So start is greater than end for the time zone we're looking at the 0 hour. Okay. Ooh, Raimu may have stepped away. That's fine. No worries. Hold on, looking at how many views we've gotten on the video. 75 so far. Oh man, for everyone out there, just so you know, I got this tweet that I would love an engagement on to help boost it up in any way possible, right? Retweet, like, comment. Comments are probably a big option. Watch the video that's linked to it from there. Maybe comment over on the YouTube video, like it, do whatever you need to there. I'd really appreciate any engagement you can give me for those things. We're at 75 views so far, 4.7 hours of watch time. That's pretty good. Hey, thank you, Shoku. Appreciate that. Yeah, thank you. And yeah, if you have any like feedback or critique of the video, I'd love to hear it. Just let me know. But post it over there, post it to Twitter. You can also post it here, but you know, double post, please. I need them engagement numbers, man. And I'm gonna shill for it. I've got some shame, but not about this. So Strivo, really that problem is totally different. It's the same video you watched here on stream a little while back. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Yeah, we did the sneak preview on Monday. I don't think I changed much since then. You'll have to watch to find out. No, I don't think I changed anything other than the audio. So, Badman, yeah, I would say if they're looking for raw performance, Node.js is actually not the answer. If they're looking for pure development speed, I think Node.js is the answer. But if they're looking for performance, no, there's like other options, especially when you consider Lambda startup times and things like that. So really, like Strivo, it's going to depend on how you are releasing this out. Right? RAM constraints are a thing. They're worth checking out. Sure, I get it. But if RAM is your only concern, you could consider Elixir as well. There's like other languages that don't consume that much RAM that still get really good performance, right? So it like there's too many like variables to that question there, Strivo. There is no like 100% tried and true answer. There's a lot of like leeway given to a lot of things where like, yeah, we just don't know the entire like shtick of it. I mean, honestly, Strivo, PHP is better than you think it is and better than the memes say. Modern PHP is fast. Modern PHP has types. Modern PHP can do a lot of stuff. If you're stuck in old PHP, well, that's old PHP's problem. Just like old Go has issues. Old Rust has issues. So if you're still judging PHP by the old version of it, that's not PHP's problem. If you're using Go, old enough to not have memory arenas, you're going to be doing stuff like the memory ballast. Gross. So, Badman, for onboarding into a new project, number one, the README should say what it does. And I had to respond to a question like this in an interview recently. What are the things I do to onboard myself into a new code base? One of my favorite parts of that is that you get to evaluate if your documentation is accurate and complete. So I would say read the docs first and foremost to make sure you can actually build the project, get up to speed, and it gives you enough knowledge of it to do it. From that point on, individual parts of the code is a totally different story. But no matter what, if you are a new developer onto a code base, or you're onboarding a new developer into a project that you're used to, at that point, it's a perfect opportunity to validate your documentation and possibly improve it. Any deficiencies or things that aren't accurate anymore should actually be action items that the dev that you're onboarding can actually fix right then and there as part of their onboarding process. It can be their first PR to update the docs in some way. So yes, if you're talking about in a team, I would let them do it in a vacuum and then help them out. And any issues they run into should probably be in the README if they're not there already, or if the README is out of date, it should be updated. So they can get their first PR done very quickly by evaluating the README and trying to get up to speed based on it. Beyond that, if you want to familiarize yourself with a code base, don't try and keep a mental map of the whole thing. That's impossible. You can't just simply jump into the code and read any part of it to get a whole map of it. Instead, you're only ever going to have a sub-portion of that mental map, right? So in that regard, just think about a task that you need to solve, and you start looking at the code that you think is relevant to it, and you're going to start clicking around through definitions within that code base, and that tree of where you're trying to go, what you're trying to do, will branch out and fill in some of the tree of the entire code base. But you'll never have the whole tree. That's impossible in a large enough code base. Instead, focus on just solving tasks, in my opinion. Right? And task-based discovery can help fill in gaps for you that maybe other devs also have. Could you document it in some way? That might help. So, Mesmiro makes a really good point. Strivo, if you're listening to what they just said, really, the first part, sure, there's a lot of languages, whatever. The part they really hit the nail on the head with is, look at job boards and look at the companies posting those jobs. Where do you want to work? That would actually decide the entire thing for you, if you're looking at it purely for the case of resume-driven development. In many cases, the language doesn't matter. Yep, that's another good point too. That said, if you're looking at releasing to AWS Lambda, Rust and Go have way better cold start metrics than Node.js and pretty much any other language. Is that something to base your entire decision on? Hell no. But it's at least something to inform your decision in the future. Are you developing CLI tools? Well, yeah, for CLI tools, I think there are some libraries that make Go a little easier to opt into and build robust CLI tools around. Yep. But none of those have to do with actually the language and more to do with the ecosystem. So again, it's more task-oriented. What are you trying to do? Is there an ecosystem for it? Or are you going to have to write are you going to have to write a lot of libraries yourself? Things like that. I'm not going to give you a hard and fast answer because I don't think that matters. Instead, what matters is your ability to evaluate all of this criteria and make a decision. That's the skill you need to build. If you ever want to move into a more senior role where you are a bit of an architect of projects that are being spun up, these are the criteria you need to think about, like the main stuff. Language does matter in some cases. Understanding those cases is actually the important part. Right? But at the end of the day, if you want to get into more senior roles as an architect or someone spinning up greenfield projects and all that stuff, you need to evaluate this in a vacuum rather than just picking your favorite toy. And I think a lot of people get into just picking their favorite toy due to familiarity rather than solving the problem at hand. Yep. Yeah, everything, like, the most senior statement you could ever make is, it depends. Memorize that, keep it in your quiver, and use it pretty much anytime someone asks a question like that. And I basically said that with way more words, right? It depends. Yeah, there's a famous blog post that I believe the Primogen even tried to roast, but I don't think his criticisms were correct, by the creators of Propel Off. They built everything in Rust, and in their blog post they said that it harmed their velocity. I believe Primogen tried to shit on that without actually understanding the nuance. I don't remember his exact critique, but he disagreed, at least somewhat. Right? A lot of performance-focused people will focus purely on performance rather than getting shit done. Sometimes the least optimal solution is actually preferable if it allows you to ship quicker, because shipping quicker allows you to validate if the thing you're doing is actually correct, if you're even solving the problems of users. No matter what, all of this stuff is for people consuming our apps. If we're not solving the problems they have, it doesn't matter what problems we're solving for ourselves. And performance is a problem we solve for ourselves. Most often. Not if it's on the hot path, but performance for performance's sake is absolutely solving a problem for ourselves before it's a problem for any user. All right, let's close some of these tabs and let's really try and like dig into this bug we got. So we know we're getting into the start greater than end. That is a 0 hour problem. It doesn't matter what hour we test, we are still failing. So there's something wrong just in, like, the core logic of this entire thing. Oh. Wait, so no, today 0 is exactly what we're looking for. Wait. Oh, no. Oh, no. Hold on. So that is not it. Are we having that same bug here? Okay, so we're doing the safe is schedule active with now. I want to do the same thing for the start end, even though that's not the right test. But you know what? No, that doesn't matter for us. I'm curious. How so? Or are you just trolling? You just trolling? Your account's a year old. Okay, I can get it. Not necessarily trolling. First message here. I've never heard that before. I don't think. No one's ever said it to my face, at least. Kidding, by the way. Yeah, all right. Yeah, I don't see it. Oh, hold on, wait, when I make this face? Right, like when he's smoking the weed and he does like the... Right, look. I could see that one. Sure. Ooh, yeah. I definitely have Elon Musk's, like, body type at the moment. I'm trying to work on that one. Barrel-chested, too big of a gut. Yeah. I got that one right now. Super pale. Yeah. Totally. Yep. Yeah. I agree. But I'm not showing that part, so how would you know? Ooh, here's the best part for Will. Man, since I was like 10, maybe even younger, I've been able to stick my belly out in such a way that it looks like I'm pregnant. I've been able to stick my belly out like so far using the diaphragm and like, I don't know what. Even when I was skinny, I could still do it. I can make it look like I'm pregnant. It's pretty good. Right, so who's the one that called me out for not pacing myself? Yeah, you're right. You're right. You win. Not a hernia. No, it's more, so a hernia is different. Hernia is your intestine. I do believe I have a bit of, like, diastasis recti, which is something that pregnant women actually get. To where there's, like, a separation between my abs. Yeah, I get that when I do, like, weird, like stomach exercises, etc. There's very little I can do for that. So yeah, I do have a bit of diastasis recti. When I do, like, some exercises, there's, like, a football shape in my abs that, like, pushes through. But it's not, like, literally a hernia. So, Mesmero, everybody actually has a separation in their abs. Your abs are actually two bands that go down from the top. Right? And they do, like, the ripple thing. Right? That's what your, like, six-pack is. The space between your, like, the two, like, rows of a six-pack is actually fully separated anyway. No, so four-wheel, yes. Even if you can't see your six-pack, your abs still do the band. But yeah, mine are actually spaced apart more than normal. From what I've read, there's no actual problems with that. But yeah, it's a thing I've had as long as I can remember. But at least my abs are even instead of, like, off-kilter, like some people, right? Right? My abs are still parallel instead of offset. Yeah, so Mesmero's talking about the offset. Yep. And it's just something that happens. Like, yeah, you can't fight that. It's just, you know, it's whatever. There are actually some very famous actors that have off-kilter abs, right? Like the vertical separation. I'm trying to remember. Charlie Hunnam? Is he one of them? There's a bunch of people. It's not actually like a problem physically. It's just, it looks weird. That's all. Yeah, I would wonder, Mesmera, if you're getting into bodybuilding, do people actually get penalized in bodybuilder competitions for having offset abs? Right? Like, do people, if they were the same and the only difference is, like, the offset, would the person without the offset win? Right? In, like, a competition or whatever? I don't know. I don't give a shit about bodybuilding. Obviously. Right? Yeah, we know. Right? Yeah, totally. I would wonder if there is a bias. Yeah, for sure. Right? Even subconscious. Wait, does Arnold have offset abs? Is he one of them? Yeah, bodybuilding judging is crazy. Like literally insane. so weird to me. Like, literally insane. That's what I thought. Yeah, I feel like I remember Arnold having offset abs too. I wonder if that's something that you actually build up over time. Like, you could have parallel abs, and then eventually, like, something happens, bad posture, whatever, and they, like, and squeeze together or something. Like, as you work out more. I don't know. Oh, really, Robotic Head? I feel like I've heard about that. I've definitely seen the memes of someone who's not a bodybuilder getting up on stage with the bodybuilders and doing the flexing and all that shit. I've definitely seen, like, those memes. Those are hilarious. Yeah, that's probably the one I've seen, Robotic Head. But yeah, feel free. We'll paste it over for other people. I still don't know what's going wrong with this test. Like, none of this stuff seems that weird to me. Oh, they do score on symmetry. Oh, interesting, Four Wheel. Yeah, right? For something that you can't control and you can't even fix? Yeah, that's rough. I mean, yeah, go for it, Four Wheel. You should be good. I feel like you've done links before. Wait. PHP unit has a crap index. The change risk anti-patterns. The change risk anti-patterns index is calculated based on the cyclomatic complexity and code coverage of a unit of code. Code that is not too complex and has an adequate test coverage will have a low crap index. The crap index can be lowered by writing tests and refactoring the code to lower its complexity. Well, crap. That's kind of fun. Well, crap. That's some pretty funny crap. Yeah, exactly, Turdy. Exactly. How crap is your code? So 3203, 3206, and 3214. Okay, so we failed at 314 there. We still fail at 314. The start greater than the end is not true. Wait. That is just simply not true. You had that logic wrong. Will it blend? It blended. We had the operand flipped. We're going to leave that. We're going to leave the other tests for now because we still have a start-end issue. That was always going to fail. There's no way that could have possibly worked. So that's why we failed out at hour 0 and every other hour after. So now that we've done that, we pass all of the 24-hour checks for what we're doing. We still have a start-end issue that we're going to end up seeing over here in CI/CD. I'm a little sad that I didn't see that until just now. We've spent like an hour or two on that. Besides all of our ranting and chatting time. Those are separate. Those are different things. All right, so this is going to go and run. We still have the start-end issue that we need to solve. No, don't worry. Y'all have seen how many bugs I've had here on stream, especially bugs due to very simple fixes. Right? If I let that get to me, would I keep streaming? Hell no. But yeah, you know, we all make these mistakes. I feel like it's okay for me to make them in front of people so that y'all realize that you're okay for making them too. It happens. Nobody's perfect. And my biggest point to that is my typing speed did not affect that bug being there. Yes, am I still salty about the typing speed thing? Yeah, a little bit. Only because they reveled in triggering people. Damn right, Jason. How you doing, man? Oh, man, I didn't expect to see you today. Right? Like holiday time, I kind of figured you were busy. Yeah, massively over-discussed. Right? Massively. I agree. But yeah, Martis, exactly. Yeah, a little bit. You're also commenting on the typing speed thing, too. You're laughing at everything, basically. I get it, Martis. I get it. I do need to use the restroom, so give me just a second. You move in a couple more weeks. Yeah, I saw your stuff about Spirit. I've never flown on Spirit. I've had amazing, experiences with Delta lately. Delta is currently my favorite, hey, I'm going to be on a plane for 7 hours. I might as well pick one I actually want to be on. If I'm flying to, Vegas from Washington, it's an hour. That's 2 whiskeys and a quick nap, and I'm there, you know? But yeah, a long flight. Yeah, I'm pretty much always picking Delta. Vegas flight's only 3 hours? That's not bad. Delta just costs more? Ooh, I feel like that's a time of day issue. And I guess I'm typically picking the better times of day for Delta. If you're doing an overnight flight, Delta's awesome. It's the best. Bob, you're actually right. Technically, the decorator approach isn't the macro in and of itself. The parsing of the decorator is where the magic actually happens. Right? So that's why I needed to include the script as well. Oh, no bags either. Okay, yeah, so Jason, that is really cheap. Yeah, that's pretty damn good. Now, is that 180 for each person or 180 total? If it's 180 total, holy shitballs. Yeah, do Spirit. Total? All right, I need to start flying Spirit Airlines more. They're the Huffy of airlines, aren't they? Yeah, it's not the best airline you're going to find, but it'll get you where you need to go. Most of the time. I had a friend growing up that would be like, would you ride in a plane made by Huffy? Depends on the fare. Depends on the fare. But real quick, holy shit, all of our tests pass now. Yeah, when you're doing a long flight, Delta's the way to go. Just, better entertainment value, better onboard drinks, etc. Everything. Yeah. For a long flight, it's not worth cheaping out. Unless you don't value your time. But okay, real quick, I gotta use the restroom, and I also need to thaw some chicken. I'm gonna be doing some ramen tonight. No, I get it, Bob, and you're totally right, but it does still satisfy a bit of code that happens at compile time instead of runtime, right? So to me, that still solves the general use case for macros. In Rust, you can do the same thing. In Rust, if you wanted to define an open API spec, via compile time code that creates your OpenAPI spec for you, you would be doing the same exact macro, right? So in Rust and C++, it may not be inlining, but it is still a macro that does these things, right? So maybe I missed that in the video to like connect those dots. But in Rust, if you wanted to generate an OpenAPI spec from your code, it would still be a macro and a thing that happens at compile time instead of runtime. So to that effect, it's still accomplishing the same goal as a macro that would do so with Rust as well, right? A Rust macro for OpenAPI stuff would follow the same exact pattern. I did neglect to mention that in the code base. But functionally, right? Tomato, tomato. To do OpenAPI spec generation from your Lambda code or whatever in Rust would actually be the same exact style of macro as what we're doing in the TypeScript. So at that point, it probably does make sense. But I did not connect those dots very well. So you're totally right. But let me go pee. Let me go thaw some chicken, and I'll be right back. I got chicken thawing in the fridge. But yeah, hold up. Real quick. Let me just shout this out. Or not shout this out. Let me make this point, though. Bob, hope you're still out there. Could you make that comment on Twitter and or YouTube? Right? Whichever one you think makes the most sense. I think YouTube is probably the better place. I will respond to that with the same response I just gave you, basically. I'd love to get that, like, actually out there and annotated. And also, I'd love the interaction for engagement, etc. If it doxes you in any way, I understand if you don't want to do it. Because some people here would probably recognize that it's you that said it. Did you hear that, Bob? Bob went to use the restroom too. We'll let him get back. We'll let him chat. And yeah, 4-wheel, what you're getting at, right? Like, and Jason, right? You could always just download the stuff you want to watch ahead of time. Most services have that capability. And then at that point, you're good. They charge for water? What? Oh my God. What? Whoa. And real quick, let me shout out some follows. Okay, so all spam bots before that. But Mott might not. No, never mind. No, Mott's actually part of the spam bots too. Yeah, sorry if anyone followed and you got like hidden between the spam bots. That's my bad. Yep, never mind. That was just the spam bot still. It just, like, kicked in a way that it caught my attention. But Bob! Come on, Bob! The Bob that I know would actually respond to me. Alright, whatever. So we fixed that one bug. If I go and run the start end code again, does it just work? It does. Well, shit. Alright, so we're not at a point where we have a good inkling of what's going on with this stuff. Yeah. And what's up, Fishman? How you doing? on, the Bob that I know. I'm looking for your engagement for that. Come on, man. Leave a comment. Do what you gotta do. Yeah, no worries, Jason. Yeah, I got my chicken thawing right now. So I can't finish until that chicken's thawed. So it'll be probably another, like, hour before we can end stream. Maybe hour and a half. Should I start hacking out the blog post related to my YouTube video? We could do that. For everyone curious, yep, the whiskey I'm sipping on is different from the normal thing. It's my favorite whiskey, and I don't use that word very often. Favorite? Ugh. But yeah, this is some Henry McKenna. The 10-year. It's just delicious. If I ever see it at a bar, it's what I'm drinking. For sure. And I will happily get looked down upon by the bartender for mixing it with Coca-Cola. I don't give a shit. Oh, it is fairly old school. Yeah, it's really good, man. It's a solid whiskey. So I had, like, the bartender in New York said it's a bit sweeter. When mixed with the water, I, like, fully analyzed the flavor, and it seems a little more, like, oaky compared to Woodford. But I'm not great at critiquing. I can tell there's a difference. But I can't describe the flavors that well. I'm no sommelier. Whiskey sommelier. That sounds like a really dangerous job, actually. Damn, I really want to watch Adam's, Oh, dude, he released that video today. I'll give it a like. Damn, he's got way more likes than I ever will get. Who here didn't like my YouTube video? Huh? Huh? I haven't looked at it yet, so I don't know. All right, we got 22 so far. Who watched it and didn't like it? Now I get it. Yeah, Adam's better than I am. I get it. I get it. I know, exactly, Mesmero. Yeah, that would be rough. All right, let's double check and see. Our other action actually passed too, and our deploy works. Heyo! So this is awesome, man. We get all of our tests passing now. Granted, when we check it in the morning, that'll be a different thing. Which means that our start-end tests are not as robust as we intended. What is our code coverage number? I don't think we're getting any code coverage. Oh, wait, no, we should totally get a code coverage value from this, but we don't know where it's getting reported and we don't know how to consume it yet. Right, we get a bunch of warnings. I don't give a shit about warnings right now. Yeah, the warnings are so meaningless right now. Right? Our C#, our Go, and our Rust tests all pass. So here's the next step. Our deploy is very minimal, right? All we do is just echo like, hey, this is where we deploy. Instead, let's go look at how the deploy process for some of the other SDKs used to work. I'm going to create and merge that PR. We pull in the main. God, and I actually really want to watch this video by Adam. Right? Why he left Google, etc. My guess is he just needed to make enough money that he wasn't getting hassled, and then he could actually put in his own time on his own thing after. So he says, basically, he actually tells you immediately. Yeah, he's really good about that, Restarted. Yeah, good call. It was a lack of fulfillment. Sling Shade? What does Sling Shade mean? I wonder if these transcripts are actually accurate. Dude, yeah, Adam's so cool. I really like the fact that he made that video. And he really does say it, like the lack of fulfillment. Yeah, that's a big thing. The lack of fulfillment is what caused Evan Yu to create View while he was working at Meteor Development Group. Yep, 1000%. He used to work at Meteor. I thought he was working at Apollo at the time, but someone that I talked to recently says that no, it was before Apollo spun out as its own thing. I wonder if he was still on the team. Martis. Yeah, I mean, Adam13531, Adam Learns Live, etc. left Google, and he's doing full-time content creation. And he's fucking killing it. Right? His first couple streams were immediately above 200 people. And he's been at above 200 people consistently every single time he goes live. So Adam's killing it. Right? He was at 100 people before he stopped streaming, and he's at 200 just simply because of the growth of the channel. Right? Or the growth of the category, I should say. And Adam is a very awesome dude. Right? Like, very awesome dude. I've never seen him get mad at a viewer or be overly negative. He will call out a troll a little bit, but he'll leave the rest to his mods. I should do the same. But yeah, you know, different strokes. But yeah, like, you know. His name is Adam Learns Live here on Twitch. Let me do the shout out. His name used to be Adam13531, and I really have no idea what that number is related to or whatever. I don't know where it came from. I believe he had a thing that used to be like a thing where you could like figure out why it was 13531. He used to have a game to figure out his age, and you would actually get banned for like doxing it. Like you could do the game and figure it out, which is cool. Let me just say, I'm a huge fan of Adam. He's such a legitimately awesome dude. Like, so sincere. Yeah, I couldn't sing his praises enough. Technically. I'm a huge fan. He is definitely part of why I stream even. Because I had seen some other stuff. I'd seen something about, like, I had totally misunderstood someone when they said Adam Larkin, the guy from Webpack, streams on Twitch. Yeah, he streams gaming on Twitch. But I didn't understand that at the time. So I was like, oh shit, let me go look at coding on Twitch. And Adam was one of the first streams I saw that was like, oh man, this seems awesome. He's just making a side project, hacking it out, and chatting with people while he does it. That's awesome! That's what I want to do! So yeah, Adam is a huge inspiration. The fact that he's a huge inspiration, but he's also just very much like human. He's shown up to Bellevue JS when I was giving a talk just to support me giving the talk. He's awesome. Like, he's just so cool. Big fan. Right? Just there to support a random person, basically, because my only interaction with him up to that point was I had said some stuff in his chat about going out to meetups, and that's about it. Like, I lurk more so than I chat, but he was still just that awesome. He wanted to like support another streamer. Like, really cool, man. All right. Sorry, readjusting the beanie, getting itchy scalp because, you know, this beanie is itchy. I have no idea about his Discord. I don't think I'm actually part of it, but that's before I even, like, used Discord much. But yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. Yeah, sorry, Forwell. I have no clue. I'd be a fan regardless of his Discord. So the fact that my Discord is basically dead is probably a way to judge me. I get it. I get it. I'm not happy about it, but I get it. We chat. We do some stuff, okay? Yeah. I wouldn't necessarily call it dead, but there isn't that much that happens there. I don't know how to, like, encourage content in a Discord because I don't participate in Discords that much. Just like I don't know how to judge a good YouTube video because I don't watch YouTube videos that much. So yeah, that's my problem. Movie nights and party games or memes. Yeah, I get that. We don't do enough, like, movie nights, I guess. That's something I should probably bump up, right? Shit, I'm gonna have to reply to that message here soon. I'm slacking. It's what I do. What do we think the next steps here are for this testing, for this logic? We need to actually, like, get to the publishing part. That's right. That's what we were going for. So when we get to Vexilla, let's go look at the organization. Let's look at how we used to be publishing something. Right? All these are archived, but I think we had an action for publishing. Nope, we didn't. Shit. Yeah, we really didn't. Yeah, we don't have a single action for any of our client SDKs. I think all of our publish logic and publishing happened from local. That makes it way trickier. We need to work on the publishing steps. I think we also need to start working on the blog post about the hashing algorithm. Yeah. Oh, hold on. A flashy gator. Thank you for the comment on YouTube. Yeah, we could put up what we do for a vote. Right? My chicken needs to thaw still. I get it, Turdy, but, you know, that's not a big deal. Ah, thank you, Turdy. I appreciate that. I'm curious, like, how did you find the stream in the first place, right? Like, what led you here? I'm always curious about that. All right, so let's do a vote. Right, what next? A more robust start/end test? Just as a recommended channel? Really? Like, what do you normally watch? I'm curious about that. And yeah, you know, you don't have to say anything. Don't feel bad about it. Keep it close if you're, you know, subconscious about it or self-conscious about it. Whatever. Like, yeah. I'm glad you're here. That's all that matters. All right, so a better start-end test, which would probably involve various hours of the day. Right, similar to the 24-hour thing we're doing already. Blog post about hashing algo. So blog post hashing algo or blog post macros. Yeah, no worries. And beyond those two things, new SDK. I don't know what language we would start that out in yet, but a new SDK could be quite fun. There's the poll. Get your votes in. Let me know what the answer is. I need to go maybe flip the chicken real quick so that it thaws better. And oh yeah, that chicken is so thawed, it only needs like a half hour left. Maybe. Do we have 0 votes on the poll? Refresh if you don't see it. Like, come on. If we get 0 votes, I guess y'all don't want to be here, right? And I could just hop into gaming? Hashing blog post or new SDK Both sound great. I get you. Time's running out. Ooh. Hold up. We also have the option of maybe hopping into Jacob's code and life. Wouldn't mind spending the rest of it just chatting with some people. All right, so new SDK. All right, what new SDK are we thinking? We're going to do this over in Polyday. Which language for a new SDK? I forgot to update that. So yeah, Ruby, Kotlin, Swift. Those are like the top 3. Lua and Dart. Sure, I'll throw Lua and Dart into the list. All right, so get your language votes in. The magic of it, hold on, options, allow multi, there we go, save. You can update the poll. You can actually go vote for all of them if you want, right? And in that case, I'll demonstrate that, yeah, you can vote for more than one. Bam, I vote for all of them. How about that? I could actually just click into this person's stuff and look. Oh, interesting. Okay, so they do like wrestling content. All right, yeah, they seem chill. Yeah, sure, why not? Yeah, sure, why not? So Kotlin so far looks like the winning language. All right, all right. Oh! Don't go changing. I just feel like not enough people actually voted. So get your votes in. Let me know what you want to see. Yeah, poll sniped. Anything but Dart, according to someone. Ooh, Ruby jumping ahead. All right, all right. There's a lot of APIs written in Ruby. I get it. The Lua thing makes less sense. Like, how many APIs are written in Lua? Like, I guess games could be written in Lua? Does anyone wanting to use Lua actually have a use case for these things? Right. Feature flags for NeoVim plugins, but what flag would someone want for a plugin? I'm really curious about that. I'm not saying, no, how dare you, it doesn't exist. I'm actually just really curious about it. Yeah, he's had plenty of opportunity for that. Doubtful. I've done my own NeoVim plugin before, right? I still don't see a use case for a feature flag with it. How many people using a NeoVim plugin would be stoked on a NeoVim plugin phoning out to a remote URL to check a feature flag? Would people be bummed on that? It's basically telemetry at that point. Most NeoVim users hate telemetry, right? I don't know. I have no idea. I don't use NeoVim. I'll make a NeoVim plugin. I don't give a shit. I won't even necessarily need to use it. But I'll make a NeoVim plugin. So you don't see a use case in, or you could see a use case in an enterprise environment for a NeoVim plugin? Okay, so maybe like Kodi. Someone making a NeoVim plugin for Kodi might want to be able to turn things off and on based upon environment or user or some other jargon or junk. I could see that. Yeah, I think that's like the part that I struggle to understand. Like, what NeoVim plugin would benefit from this? And I'm not saying they don't exist, but I'd like to understand it more. Yeah, plugins are huge and varied and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I totally get it. But would you still need feature flags for them? And I think that's the tricky part. Yes, there are absolutely VS Code plugins that would benefit, so I assume that there are NeoVim plugins that would benefit, but what are they? I just don't know. Yeah. So, Kotlin and Ruby. Anyone else, feel free, get your votes in there. We got a tie between these two languages, and we need to break that tie. Do I do a Kotlin SDK next, or do I do a Ruby SDK next? I got zero preference between them. They both need to be made at some point. All right, all right. I got room for more whiskey, which means I got a little bit more time to code. The person who asked if I was going to pace myself, the answer is no. But it could have been worse. Could have been way worse. I've only gone through one jug of water so far. That's actually pretty good for me. The days I've overdone it massively dwarf the amount of water I've had so far. So I think we're good. Oh no, I'm doing the lemonade mix too. I'm not done doing the pour. It does smell a bit more oaky. Yeah, just trying to get like the flavor profile. Yeah, oaky is the only way I could describe that. Right, compared to other things. It looks like the Kotlin jumped way ahead. So, our next SDK will be Kotlin. That's all there is to it. So I guess here's the next bit. How do we end up scaffolding out a new Kotlin project for this? I technically have the client Kotlin that we wrote previously that we didn't actually get a chance to release anywhere because Maven is Maven. Simply releasing to Maven requires a bunch of rigmarole. It's like trying to release a plugin to OpenVSX. It comes with a bunch of hassle. Releasing to Maven is more hassle than releasing to a lot of other code repositories. That's the only way I can phrase that without getting like too deep in the weeds about it. Yeah, there you go, Blake. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, I get it. Maven is basically the abstraction for the code repository. So think of Maven as NPM, right? Like NPM, the code repository, not NPM, the build tool. But there may be similar, like, fuzzing of the separation between those things. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that doesn't help it. Yeah, that's the way to look at it there, Blake. Yep, yeah, Maven is basically the repository. There may be some other things in which it, like, overlaps a little bit with the tooling to release to that and also consume, like, packages from it. In Python, there is no PyPy package that you would use, so Maven totally solves, like, the PyPy scope completely. I can't remember if Maven goes a bit beyond that in some way, though, right? By, like, having their own CLI tool or whatnot. I forget. I'm going to have to refamiliarize. It's been easily 2 years since I've looked at any of it, right? MVN is the CLI tool, right? So there you go. There is a CLI tool for it. Right. I just couldn't remember if that was so. It could have been a hallucination of my brain, right? Much like an LLM. I could have had a chat GPT moment. Can we just start referring to every, like, LLM hallucination as a chat GPT moment? I think that's a banger tweet. If that doesn't go viral, I know Twitter has, like, shit listed me. Okay? All right, so Martis chimes in. Sorry, Martis, didn't mean to ignore you. They use Maven daily for Java projects when they're not using Gradle. I feel like Gradle and Maven actually are not mutually exclusive still, though. Gradle scripts, etc. will still consume a Maven repository just fine. No, you're totally right, Blake Booyah, and that's why I classify every flaw of any LLM as a chat GPT moment. Right? Like, you're actually, like, cutting through to the core of the joke I'm making. In general, that's what they intended. The creators of ChatGPT and Sam Altman and anyone involved with it would rather genericize the statement around that rather than admit that their stuff is flawed. No, they're all hallucinations and, like, you know, that's just a, you know, a flaw of that stuff. Ooh, hold up. Hold up. Is Jacob still going? He is. We're going to go join. I'm going to pause the music we got.
Common fallacies in his rhetoric. I would also say to anybody, this applies to Theo, applies to me, applies to DHH, applies to fucking any of the tech influencers. I don't consider myself a tech influencer, but you're all here listening to me.
He's a good dude.
The thing I would say,
Jacob M.G. Evans gave us permission to listen.
Don't just listen to what I say or Theo says or DHH says, and like that.
Hold on, we're gonna join this space.
That's your source of information, right? That's your only source, or that's the like you have to critically think for yourself. If you're gonna learn anything from any of these people, it's to critically think for yourself, because I might not be right in 6 months, or even like
I would totally chime in. I might not be right now.
Argue to stand.
That would be me saying that.
About React server components and server actions, and I held the stance because I was like, well, it's technically possible, and he's like, hey, but it's an anti-pattern, or it's like not a good thing to do.
We're gonna put this on screen so y'all can see it.
Essentially, it's technically possible. Why not do it? Which, in hindsight, obviously is not a good stance. But the thing is, though, is Dev thinks for himself, and he was like, no, this, and this. I was trying to get more like sources from him, but the thing is specifically, you can like have knowledge that is either wrong or out of date and be confident in it. If you don't critically think for yourself, okay, or be willing to like learn, okay, new things, you're just going to constantly go about preaching, you know, old information or the wrong information, or re-preaching stuff that other people have said to you.
Let me just refresh over
here. Old classic and Vexilla fucking mindset, right? So if you're able to critically think for yourself, if you're able to really just like take the things that people say and be able to go and like look, like research it yourself.
Here we go.
And learn about those things on your own, you're more likely to, you know, in 6
there we go.
months from now.
So here's the tweet. Here's the space.
Not be stuck.
Wanted to shout that out for everyone else. That's what we're listening to. I really like his spaces. I think he's a very sincere dude.
So it's
and he gave us permission to listen to this.
Far more important to take away from these things, where it's like, yeah, you have such
the volume is low on YouTube. Yes, let me fix that on YouTube. Sorry.
Like false dilemma, like one or the other mindset.
Is that better?
Right, very binary.
Maybe it's louder than me now.
Right? Very binary thinking.
There we go. Is that okay there, Martis?
And that's not a good place to be. That's not how the world works. That's not how. Fuck. That's not even how reality works. Right? Like reality is a quantum state, not just ones and zeros. That's just what we created.
Yeah, I think that mindset, the mindset that you just described, is really important. Not just to apply to DHH's on-prem, like that
Critical
expands onto
thinking
everything.
is
Like you get
huge,
these
and I think
zealots
a
that
lot of
talk
things
about
don't
frameworks
incentivize it.
in JavaScript land, and that same mindset. There's no silver bullet in any of this. There's solutions that
Yeah,
work.
but there is only one auth provider and user manager that you should use, and that's Clerk. There's only one. There's only. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Nice.
I was gonna say, unless you need GCP.
I'm kidding. The joke here is I literally on the DevRel team at Clerk, and if you came to me and your problem did not fit, like Clerk did not fit your problem, I would be like, hey, here's an alternative solution that probably would work way better. And my goal there is to create that relationship so that the next time you have a problem and these things, like the things that I can help you with, the things that I can provide you actually fit your problem, you'll come to me. You'll be like, oh, that guy, I remember he cared about me and my problem. He didn't care about like, getting me to use this technology at the company he worked for. That
Ooh, yeah, so Blake, that's huge. Yeah,
I'm trying to make
I
a
agree.
blog site, mostly static JSON for all the stuff, and it's like, yeah, you need a Cloudflare worker for that, dog. Like what? Oh no. It's funny though. You could actually use Astro, and it will like set you up with like Cloudflare pages if you like use some of their features. It'll set you up on Cloudflare pages, and you won't even know it. And your like little like documentation site is on the edge. It's crazy, but like it's like for most people, like who needs that, right? Like oh no, this is just a personal journals website. Like I don't need fucking edge technology. Oh, what's up, Chris? Would you get up here?
Howdy. Yeah. Thank you for letting me join. I just, wanted to chat. Thanks for letting me join. Appreciate it.
Yeah, of course.
Hey, how's it going?
Chilling.
All right, what do you want to chat about, dog?
I didn't have anything truly like totally specific. I just wanted to say like how much I appreciate your approach of like shouting out that like the thing you might be working for and like totally like paid to remote is not always like the right answer. And I think there's a lot of devrels out there that don't follow those like those guidelines, right? As far as being genuine. They're just working for the thing that they show,
Yeah, I have no intentions of ever being a shill. I if I work somewhere, that's because I like the thing, and I like the culture, and I like the people that I'm working with. Um, in particular, like Clerk is really great. I think it has a ton of potential. But just like Cloudflare workers, there are situations where it's like this doesn't make sense, right? Why why would you give something to somebody if it doesn't make sense for them, right? So it's it's interesting to uh, um, be in a position where people are like so used to that. They're so used to like this like and evangelizing, however you pronounce that word,
evangelizing, but I'm not going to correct him on
that word.
Evangelizing.
I always thank you. I always
someone
try to
else
say
correct.
Fuck it up, and I'm like, nah, I'll keep trying in the future. People are so used to that
evangelizing
from like this particular like
Damn
dev
you,
advocacy, DevRel niche in companies. And
niche
I have
instead
no
of
desire
niche.
being that because I think that's less effective in the
That's
long
more
run. Like in the
contentious.
short term, you might get like, yeah, sure, you might get like more people using a technology or more signups or whatever. But in the long term, you're not building connections and relationships. You're just pushing something, right?
What up, Evan? How you doing, Mister?
Like it's like a used car salesman.
Evangelizing, right there.
You're just trying to push this thing.
You heard his name.
And I think that those genuine, those authentic relationships that you create have far, far, far more impact for the company and for yourself. Don't get me wrong; like it benefits me as well to have a healthy, strong network. But it will benefit the company as well for me to have a healthy and strong network of people that trust me, that know that I'm going to care about their problems and their needs and the technologies that they're interested in and all this other shit. Um, it makes more sense. And again, it comes back to the thing I was saying about critical thinking. It makes more sense when you just fucking think about it. like don't overthink about it, but like think about it a little bit, like just chat. It's like which one seems more valuable, like like that like immediate like reward one that just kind of like gets you like a short term win, or the one where you're like sitting there and you're building all these things that like could turn into more connections or more opportunities
100%.
or whatnot.
Jacob is a good dude. I 100% agree. I think authenticity is something that you can't actually buy. And once you've lost it, it's gone forever.
Yeah. I find it interesting too, just like this idea of like say I do push like a product, or I push a technology on someone for a company I'm working for, right? And I knew it wasn't like quite the right fit for them, and it causes them all these pains, right? It causes their team pain. It causes their company pain. Okay. So the next time they need something, they're going to remember all I did was cause them pain. And they're not going to trust me. They're not going to want to come to that person again. So all you got was that one short-term win from that. It to me just doesn't make sense. Like I can social engineer my way through all kinds of manipulation.
Absolutely.
Like anybody can. You could go be the sleazy old school car salesman, right? It's not, in the long run. There's a reason why that trope exists. It's not good. You know?
Yeah, it's the same in hospitality as well. Like if you tell your customers you recommend something that tastes like crap, they're not going to take your recommendation next time.
Right. Like
They probably
you
won't even
think
come
that's
back, you know, like
yeah, and you think that you really would think that would be common sense. But like there's people that just like they I don't know, they just care about that short-term win way more.
alas.
In some cases, like people are incentivized for the short-term wins, though, right? In
That's
marketing
true.
specifically, like they are specifically incentivized towards the short-term win.
To be fair too to marketing, like I see a lot of people who try to change that. Like when I was at Cloudflare, I had one guy that he was just starting to pick up more and more like Cloudflare workers related accounts, and he reached out to various people in the workers
You're totally
team,
right.
and I
yeah
being the normal like what I normally do, like my team jokingly called me the in in work, like the in workers DevRel, like dev advocate. But I was like, yeah, I could help you out, and just like teaching him about like kind of the ins and outs of the products in workers themselves. And then there was a few cases where he was just like, I have like clients that like are
Not
trying
enough
to use
water.
durable objects for this and this, and like they're running into issues. Like, would you be willing to talk to them? And it's like, yeah, of course. And the thing is like that particular marketing person, he wasn't looking to just like make a buck. Because like specifically, I
get it,
told him one time, I
Mesmero.
was like,
Like,
hey, this person moving this stuff onto durable objects.
most people at the local
not a good idea
electronics
for them. Like,
store
it's going to cost them
don't give
way
a shit.
more than staying on what they're like the infra that they're using at
But
AWS.
yes, they
but
are
use
relying
this,
upon
and
just
this
a single
with,
sale.
like these different Cloudflare products with this other stuff, they'll save more money. and and it's like he as a marketing person was gonna take a hit, and he was like, yeah, let's do that. That's a great idea. Like he was all for it, right? Like love that kind of shit because like this dude was just like whatever we could do to help out the customer, right? And like he also knows, and most people should know, once you get people on something like say like they're using like in this
It is
person's case
truly different, therefore.
they were going to be using like oh what was it, the Cloudflare images or something like that. Once they are using a product, they're more likely to use other products. They're more incentivized to try other things, um, and also see like if like hey like maybe I could cut costs here with this, or hey it's going to cost me about the same, but I'd rather use Cloudflare for this. And it's like the same thing is the case with like like Clerk. It's like if you know we had like we changed that whole pricing system in Clerk to truly open it up for people who are trying to build like startups, or they're working on their side hustle, and it's like hey I want to get off and user management out of the way so like I can build the product idea that I have and not like re-roll off for the 16th time, right? And the idea here is like hey you know uh like these people are trying to build essentially their own companies or their own startups or their own side hustles or whatever it may be that they're trying that's their intention. um, Enabling them to do that benefits us in the long run, and the more people that we help do that, the more that they go talk to other people and tell them like hey this really helped me create this thing. It's like it's like a win-win. And so like it's funny because like it's like the less um shady tactics you use, the less instant W's you get, but the more long-term uh 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 and bigger wins you get down the road.
Yeah, consistency over like immediacy is really like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I totally agree, right? People will trust you if they know you're a straight shooter, right? It's huge.
Yeah. And I have to emphasize, everybody, considering you're listening to me rant and go on and on about stuff. And like I said, DHH was worse. Just throwing that out there.
Luckily, I didn't listen to it.
I mean,
Like,
you said that Kelsey
I
was.
mean, not you, DHH.
What did I say about Kelsey?
You said that Kelsey was like tempering down everything that DHH was saying, and if Kelsey was making those like anti-cloud statements, you can imagine what the non-tempered down versions were. Or I guess you cannot imagine.
Yeah, I mean, specifically, he was just like Kelsey was just like articulating things really really well, and it was like he would say something in like three sentences that was like DHH was taking like a full like 2 minutes to say. And it's like yeah, I also ramble, but like I don't know. It seems like in those sort of situations, those sort of platforms, I try to be more concise, more articulate. So it just I don't know. It was also like full of like very strange anecdotes and like back in the day kind of kind of rhetoric that I was just like this is.
I mean, I was young.
What
I'm not
strikes
young.
me
I'm not a
is
kid anymore.
that there are some people that, because
but
a little bit
sometimes
of
I
power
sit
goes
and
to their
wish I
head and they
was a
start
kid again.
just really enjoying hearing the sound of their own voice. DHH and Elon both struck me as those sorts of people. They've been so universally acclaimed for so many years that they can't imagine that anything they say, anything they spout would be received as less than golden wisdom. So it's narcissistic and sociopathic, but yeah.
Being so successful is usually you're surrounded by a lot of yes men.
Yeah.
Oh
don't
yeah,
do that.
the sycophant problem.
So
I
I
mean-
just want to chime in that I think DHH has actually learned to weaponize disagreement.
Yeah, I agree. I was saying that earlier.
he enjoys his dramas and his controversies, and he knows how to leverage them. So sometimes he picks very intentional fights just to. I
Yes,
don't know.
exactly. Like, we wouldn't know anything about the newest thing he released if he wasn't controversial in some other way, right? But it
Yeah.
does call attention to anything he's building because he is the person that's in the zeitgeist of that.
Even if it is the most mediocre email app in the existence of ever.
Sure, but people use it, and it brings people to it that agree with him that may not
That's
have
true.
been using it yet.
That's true. Yeah. At the same time, I just I think tech, especially over the past decade or so, has started having this sort of problem where we
Someone's
tend to idealize like
Oh,
certain
that was someone's
folks and
puppy.
people to the point that we do get these kind of cultish
I want to know whose dog
subsects
that was
that
right now.
thrive on discord and drama. And I mean, not to say that it hasn't been there before, but
They
it's
thrive.
just-
They thrive on Discord.
they thrive on it. Yeah, the pun. I was down for a good Discord.
That's
pun.
not. It's not a. It's not a pun.
Speaking
That's a
of
double entendre, isn't it? Wait,
Uh,
no, it's not.
It's a pun. But either speaking of
That's
that,
not-
the new Discord UI
I don't
is
use
throwing me
puns.
off. You do. You do.
No.
I've caught you using them.
How
Sure.
dare you?
How dare you? But the new Discord UI is really nice. Actually, I like it
For mobile, you mean?
for mobile. Yeah, for mobile. For desktop, it's mixed. For mobile, it's enjoyable.
Let me update my Discord, I guess.
You okay there, old man?
No, I just walked 3.5 miles and I have high blood pressure.
Speaking of which, how is that going? How's your treatment going? Are you doing okay?
I noticed no difference
yeah, so
in the
my
Discord
my
UI. Did the Discord
I have
UI
the
change?
lisinopril, which is helping manage the blood pressure, but
Good.
my creatine levels and ATL levels
I
were
see no
high,
difference.
which usually is an indicator that my kidneys and liver are fucked. And my triglycerides, which is
on
like
iPhone.
LDL was a little high, which is like cholesterol as well, bad cholesterol. But my triglycerides were it's supposed to be like below 150. Mine was 750.
Ew, that's not good.
Yeah.
No.
No, it's actually a miracle that I didn't have a major heart attack this year.
Please don't. I would cry. Toby
Yeah,
would too.
well,
I'm out here running with Toby down at the Capitol. So
Yeah, I could tell. You'll have to visit me in Washington, Ada. We'll go for hikes.
Wait, is that Washington State?
Yeah, Washington State.
Oh,
Are you in
okay. I live in
Washington State
Redmond.
now?
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna be living in Gig Harbor.
Nice.
Wait, I thought you guys talked about this last time.
We did.
Yes, I may have forgotten. I drink the whiskey. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
No, but congratulations, Jacob. I just
I
started
totally
thinking about
forgot that.
moving.
I drink the whiskey. I
I
forgot.
keep
that.
eyeing Friday Harbor out in that area.
Hey, so my blood pressure right now is 132 over 91.
Nice.
80 and 8, yeah, which is like significantly lower than it's been.
Good.
With
Yeah,
a
so
heart
the
rate of
UI looks
80
a little
after doing
different.
that walk, which is pretty solid.
I
solid.
don't use
Yeah, good
iPhone
job.
or sorry, Discord on my phone
Yeah.
enough.
I
That
just
means
take the
like
clip.
I
That I
rested
have
for
no
about
idea what it looked like
10,
before.
15 minutes after
Right?
the walk,
Goldfish
so my
brain
heart rate was
kicked
probably
in.
up there
I
around
have no
120,
idea.
130, so that's really good.
It's really good. Yeah, you're gonna do amazing stuff with that, and especially on the Redmond, or where not the Redmond area, but around that area where you are gonna be.
Gig Harbor.
Okay, yeah, lots of good stuff. Lots of good
Not the
walking,
Redmond area.
Yep.
lots of good hiking opportunities. So,
Yeah, even my acre and a quarter that I have is
Really, four wheel?
got, like,
Yeah,
a pretty
I
steep
only
hill
use it on
area.
desktop,
I'm just gonna be
so
walking around a lot.
I'm
on.
not the common case.
It's gonna be amazing.
I have no idea.
Ah,
Yeah.
congrats. Soon.
But yeah,
soon for me.
you'll have to visit at some point so that we can go hiking like the various mountain trails and shit around there.
You can absolutely count me in on that. There's
Dude,
also a lot of really
someone's
good
dog
mountains
is
around there. I go
fucking
hiking around, like,
begging
Real
to be
mountains,
taken
so
outside.
you
Yeah,
can count me in
that's
on
what I'm
that.
saying. Like the mailbox trail that I've done before is really fucking cool.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then I need to steal you down to Colorado at some point so I can take you hiking one of my favorite areas, which is Snow Mountain Ranch, Outpass, Fraser. You will absolutely love it out there. It's a YMCA of the Rockies,
Nice.
and it is gorgeous. Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely want to do some canyoneering at some point.
Someone's got a
did-
treat in their pocket. There you
it's
go.
up there. It's up there in elevation.
Heyo.
You're gonna
Okay,
feel it.
because I used to do a lot of it. They were waterfalls and ravines in Hawaii. People underestimate the hiking out there.
Oh,
and-
yeah, no. Hawaii hiking
Yeah.
can be brutal.
I did like
It's
on
Ada.
one of my
Ada
hikes
has a
that I,
dog
like,
begging to go out.
this
right
was
now.
like almost like 8 years ago now. I broke my foot on a rappel because we hiked up into the upper part of the ravine, like up the mountain, and then hiked down the river itself, and had to rappel down these waterfalls, each waterfall, and it was like 10 waterfalls, and it was like maybe like 15 miles.
Oh, it's so easy.
And like
yeah,
on
exactly.
the
Copy.
fourth
Yep.
or fifth one,
Yeah, you gotta like open every new
I
tab
fucked
or
up,
every new
and
thing in a
my
new tab. for sure,
my
man.
rappel gear locked
Yeah,
up,
it
and it
sucks.
slammed me into the cliff. And the
It's a
first thing
really
that hit
bad
was my ankle.
UX. But of course, they're doing hardcore engineering, and
broke
Elon
my
doesn't
foot,
give a
and I had,
shit
like,
about your use
The
case.
option was
he only cares about his own.
immediately it swelled up too. It was like
So
the
he has
size
never
of a
had that
fucking,
problem
like,
because he's only
softball.
ever in a space that he
Um,
wants to chat in before he leaves it.
The option was either continue
He doesn't click other people's links. Come on.
with the fucked up foot, and rappel down like
Right? Yeah, these
six
are
more
Elon
fucking
problems,
waterfalls,
or like
or
non-Elon
get
problems,
helicoptered
which means
out and be
they'll
on the
never be
fucking,
fixed.
on the news in the morning. And I was like,
Right.
well,
But real quick, hold on.
guess
If
I'm
you're over
crawling outta
there,
here.
yeah, if you're doing your thing, could you maybe check out my most recent tweet?
Yeah, no, there are
Well,
definitely
maybe
areas
not like
around
my most
Snow Mountain
recent,
Ranch
but like
where you
the
can get
one
into
about
that,
the video
particularly
I
up in
released
Rocky
just
Mountain National
earlier
Park.
today.
The more dangerous area down in Colorado is the San Juan Mountains, where I got drugged as a kid. San
You
Juan
got
Mountains
drugged as a
are
kid? Is
pretty
that what
brutal.
I
The
heard?
biggest thing with them is they have some of the sharpest elevation gain. There's a lot of 14ers in Colorado, right? But they all have varying degrees
Thank
of
you,
elevation
Mr.
gain
Sir. Appreciate you.
in terms of how steep things get, how quickly, right? San Juans are pretty bad with that, and then on top of that, they get some really gnarly inclement weather. So, got to be aware of that. But yeah, I'd love to steal you down there and just have fun out there, man. Get lost in it. Get away from the computers. Get away from the screens. Really disconnect. Jess and I are thinking about getting a house around not this coming year, but because I have to finish up a bunch of recovery treatment stuff, but next year after, so 2025, we're looking at places around Colorado. Just because it's so fucking pretty, and I'm a little sunflower. I need my sunshine and get seasonal depression very easily. So.
I was almost gonna say just check out Eastern Washington, but yeah, if you like sunshine, that's not it. Never mind.
So I lived in Missoula for a decade. I went to University of Montana, all of that. So I'm pretty familiar with Eastern Washington. All those things. We're practically neighbors. There's just this annoying little strip of people in between. I think they're called Idaho. Anyways, yeah, I know.
Idaho's the
anybody here
worst.
that's from Idaho, I love it. It's a beautiful state. I have one of my fondest memories of a Greyhound bus station
I would
there. And by
thumbs
fond, I
down
mean,
Idaho.
it's certainly there. I
if
don't
they
know
let
why.
me.
But Eastern Washington is absolutely stunning. Yeah, I'd love to live there. I'd love to live in Washington in general. It's just to be near good jobs and salary and stuff like that. We'd have to live closer into like the Seattle area, I think. And I'm kind of burned out on big city.
I totally get it.
I'm kind of feeling my Parmesan arc where I'm just like, I kind of want to not be near a bunch of people. I kind of want to go get a ranch in Wyoming.
Yeah, I mean, if you look up like where I'm at is very much very far from Seattle. um, and like in particular, like where I am, it's even further out. It's like more rural area of Gig Harbor. So like I'm even kind of like a little ways away from Gig Harbor. Not too far because I have to be kind of close to be able to like have like good opportunities for like play dates and stuff for my kids. So um, like I couldn't go out in the middle of literally fucking nowhere, unfortunately.
I mean, even at that point, you need like good internet where you're at, and like Gig Harbor is really good. But if you move like farther towards the peninsula, you're really like not getting decent internet, which is tough.
Yeah,
So
it
yeah, I
definitely
totally
depends. Generally too, like you can do like a Starlink is pretty viable in a lot of those areas.
Oh, touche,
Um,
touche. I forget about
but
Starlink.
like most other satellite options kind of suck.
Yeah, I've been considering like Whitefish, Montana, because it's real close to the mountain, but it's also like out there, kind of in the boonies, so it's away from like big
Nice.
cities. So yeah,
Nice.
like I'd like to do that at some point, maybe. But currently, I'm just looking at like Leavenworth here in Washington for the most part.
Leavenworth, bro. That is a wild city.
No, it's like it's actually super chill and small. Like it's really chill. Yeah. Are you thinking about Leavenworth, like Kentucky or whatever it is, like where the prison
No,
is?
no,
Okay,
no,
okay.
no,
Just
no.
double checking.
I'm very aware of that place as well.
Okay. I have
That's
not
very
heard
much
any of the stories, I guess.
that's very much like a place that you constantly are threatened with when you're in the military.
Okay. Okay.
You're gonna go to Leavenworth if you keep it up, and you're just like, all
Are
right.
you sure that's Leavenworth, Washington?
No, no, no. I'm talking. Oh
Okay,
God,
you're talking
Chris.
about the other one for that one. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Yep, gotcha.
Yeah. Are you with me? Are you tracking? Tracking, soldier.
Took me a second. I am not a soldier. Yeah, yeah, I'd be drummed out real quick.
I mean, I kind of was. They did not
That's
like
great.
me.
My brain's smushed too. I was trying to figure out. I was just like, wait, which Leavenworth? Huh?
Let me see if this is what I'm thinking of, because like I had to drive through. Uh, oh yeah, Spokane's also fucking like You don't want to live like I. Oh my God, the traffic at
Spoko?
the traffic at Spokane was so fucking bad. Like every time I've driven through there.
Is it worse than I-35?
So this is the thing. It's not like there's a lot of traffic. It's just like
Leavenworth,
really
Washington
fucking
is so
dangerous
chill.
traffic. And this is I've driven like if you could name a highway in Washington, California, Hawaii, Texas, Arizona, I've driven in a lot of fucking places. Alaska. I've driven a lot of fucking places. And like driving through Spokane, man, it's like fucking semi trucks that are like merging like 3 lanes within like a minute. You're just like, what is happening here?
He's not wrong about Leavenworth, or sorry,
It's
What
Spokane.
the
wild.
shit? They shouldn't be doing. Ooh.
Well, no, no, duh.
Uh,
It's yeah. It's like the fucking
What?
like road warrior out there.
oh Jesus Christ! Gonna have to go for the Mad Max. Just strap machine guns to the front of your car. I'm ready now.
Yeah, for real.
uh,
Oh yeah.
don't give me ideas. Don't give me ideas. Um,
Yeah, I'm gonna try to find my house and send it to you, Ada.
excellent. Yes.
So I just want to
I
say,
planned.
Leavenworth, Washington is extremely chill. It's basically just a
I-
mountain town in which they have like Bavarian style like buildings.
I most definitely mixed up the fuckery in Spokane with Leavenworth, so that was my bad.
Touche. Yeah, yeah. Like nothing like each other for sure. All right, cool.
No, not remotely. You're right. you win that one.
I wasn't trying to win. I was
But,
just trying to be right.
Yeah. If so, the place we looked at is also we're taking a look at Rochester, Minnesota.
Hmm.
Mayo Clinic, good place for me to be for the
Minnesota.
next few years after the whole thing, because in case things go south again, might be good to be near that area, the doctors and specialists. Rochester, Minnesota also has really great education for like kids and stuff like that, and they've got just generally just good community. Only thing I've heard is that it's got a little bit of that small town vibe to it. So the you ain't from around these parts.
Can't
yeah,
do that in a small town. I mean, you can
Which
do
I've
anything
only
you
been
want in
yanked
a
from
small
around
town,
these parts
depending on the
once
small
in
town.
Texas. I am mildly disappointed with that. I was hoping for more. I was hoping
Oh my
something
God.
about the weird jacket. I was something about
I gotta pee a little
the
bit.
tech jackets, and I wear my weird
Do we
floofy
think we'd
crazy
be okay
hair,
if
which
I
is
go
gonna
pee
be,
right now?
y'all ain't from around here at least twice, but it's only happened once. I'm very disappointed
I'm
in
gonna go pee
Texas.
right
It
now.
needs to up
I
its
think
game.
we're good.
Where
Hopefully
were
they
you
don't
at?
call
'Cause,
on
like,
me.
if you
If
were in
they do,
Austin,
let me
then
know
like
in
that's
chat.
kind of
I
expected
gotta
that
pee
it's
so
not
bad.
as bad.
No, it was
here.
some small fucking town up in North Texas, north
Oh.
central Texas. Yeah, no, the place we have to, all the little towns we have to fucking drive through to get up to Colorado are all those kinds of towns, but it's only happened once. Utah, I've been yawing from around here every fucking time I stop in a town in Utah. That's for sure. Utah, like, have you ever walked into a diner and just had like you could drop a ball pin, all the heads turned towards you? Yeah, that happened. That has happened to me more than once in Utah. It's not a fun experience. 0 out of 10, do not recommend.
I want to go to I want to spend some time in Moab.
Moab's gorgeous.
Yeah,
Yes, we can
Moab.
go there. We can do that.
I unfortunately also noticed that like it's one of those um, landscapes where people just like there's nothing visibly there, so they assume that they could just like off road on it all willy nilly, and it's like
Yes, they're not supposed to do that, but they do.
yeah, the ecosystem's like so fragile and like it's like, oh yeah, it looks like a desert, but like you just like killed like generations of animals that have been living there for millions of years.
Yeah, yeah, the microbes in the soil and all that. Yeah, Moab is a very exceptionally fragile ecosystem, and it's one of those things where people just don't get it. They don't, you know. I've read the signs.
All right, what
They
I
have the
miss?
signs right there. It's all there.
I DM'd you on Discord, by the way.
Thank you.
What did I miss? Anything?
But yeah,
I don't think I missed
if you have not seen
think we're
Moab, folks, go check it out. It's beautiful. So that being said, I'm gonna get going here. My ride's here. I love you all. Have a great week. If I don't see you again before Christmas, Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays and Happy New Year. Later.
Happy holidays.
I did the hard thing.
I don't have a whole lot to talk about right now, and I kind of want to go play video games.
I just I made this tweet a while ago that I just got server components running over WebSockets, and now I'm trying to find people to talk to about.
I will give you tops like 15 more minutes for that.
All right.
What do you got? What you got going on? Tell me.
Let me just chime in real quick, Deb. If you want to come on stream and chat about it at some point, just let me know, man.
Nice. There you go.
Oh yeah, for
Double
sure.
win.
I just needed to like get into a place where I can actually like build something with this or like actually show it off. But right now I have the most basic kind of proof of concept of you can render a component on the server, you can send it down as a WebSocket message, and you can have the client like update it, which means you don't need like right now if you need to kind of re-render a server component, you have to revalidate path, and like it has to be obviously on the same application. You cannot revalidate a page that someone else is looking at on their phone. You need WebSockets for that. But with what I have right now, something like that should be very easy to implement on top of WebSockets.
Oh, hey, it's Francisco. What's up, dude?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna probably not tonight, but sometime this week or this weekend, I'm gonna try to build a router for this so that we can actually build an app with this. Should be a fun experience.
That's very cool. Very cool. Yeah.
Talked to Sunil a while ago, and he also really wanted server components to work with WebSockets. So I'm excited to see his reaction.
I bet he did. That's awesome, though, dude. That's a very cool little bit of technology you got working there. I like that. What is your plans with it besides the router? Like, what are you?
Uh, I don't know. For my plan so far is build a router and show people, and then figure out step 3, or I guess
Figure out
step 4.
step 3.
Yeah.
That's cool, man. I thought that maybe you had like an idea for a project or something, but
I mean, I have a couple ideas, but just like I've been building this like coffee ordering app,
mm,
and that's how I kind of got started with how do I make RSCs real time. Because what I was doing is, I have a place order page. You place an
mhm,
order and you go to like you see the order. Uh, but then at the same time, the restaurants like they should immediately see that order pop up. They should be able to click confirm, and as soon as they do that, I should see an update on my order screen saying that yes, my order has been updated, or then my order has been like it's finished and it's ready for pickup, and
mm.
like that kind of just simple updates. And I was having trouble with that, and that's why I like experimented with a couple different patterns to do this.
WebSockets for coffee ordering. I love it. Such an extreme over engineering but elegant solution that it's perfect.
I mean, I feel like any, I feel like any kind of this like checkout or like a restaurant food ordering system should have WebSockets, because you don't want to constantly refresh the page to be to see if you like if your order has been placed or not, or if it's ready or not. You want to just have that page open in the background and get it, like just keep staring at it as it updates, right? Or
Yeah.
like you can very easily like but you
I
can build pretty much any kind of a real time system with this. You can build a chat application, you can build a Notion with this if you want.
Yeah. I think what people previously were doing was just like event driven stuff. That's like where like things like webhooks and other things like that got popular, where it's like, you're kind of just like listening for an event uh somewhere for stuff like this. In particular, like what like type of like scenarios you're talking about, where it's like, a user clicks a thing and then another user clicks a thing, and it's like they affect each other UI. Uh, but I like the idea of, instead of having like this intermediary in the middle, like this middleman, you're cutting out the middleman and just like fucking creating a pipeline between the two users, where it's like their inputs are instantaneously affecting each other. It's it's cool. I mean, like I said, it's definitely
Because WebSockets are
a
inherently stateful,
uh
right? As far as the server is
like
concerned.
it's
How do you do that at
very
scale?
much a cutting
I think
edge
that's a great point to call it.
technology type of situation
Yeah,
you're getting into here.
and
I like it,
you
dude.
can also you can always do events. So if you
Hmm.
like think back to before React, like
Hmm.
we had these
Well, when
event
I
driven
talk, it
apps
should
to like
lower
update
them a
DOM.
little bit, but
I
you're
do.
We
right.
were
It's
listening
not
for
lowering
events,
them.
we were doing
And
something, and then we were like mutating something
yeah, you're
specific
right.
in
You're
the
right.
DOM.
I'm
And
not
React
able
kind
to
of took
talk.
that away. It gave us a
Dude, hold up.
declarative
No,
model
my
so
mic
that we
actually
didn't
got
have to
way
do the event
quieter.
stuff. But then
Motherfucker,
but we
dude.
still dropped down to events when we had to do like
I
complex
didn't
stuff
change
where
anything.
you don't want to store everything in React state. We want to like just send a kind of notification. Like there's a bunch of state managers that kind of work this event driven style, like X state and
Mm.
stuff.
Check. Dude,
So
I
the
didn't
the thing
change
is that
anything. And my
you
mic
now
got
only need to
way
do event
fucking
stuff when you
quieter for
really need
no
to,
reason.
but you don't need to do the event driven stuff to update the UI. So
Yeah.
that's what we did with that's what basically this is doing with WebSockets. Is that right now
Yep.
you have to implement kind of an event driven pub
Check.
subsystem on
Like,
top of WebSockets
motherfucker,
for real
dude.
time apps, but this gives you like that super declarative model instead that React is all
Like,
about.
dude,
That's interesting. I like
my
that you're like
audio
combining these
being
two paradigms
inconsistent
to
is
try
the
to
biggest problem I
create
have.
a
Like,
more
motherfucker.
ergonomic solution for the same problem. That's very cool. Um, Jose says refetch on fixed stale time is possible on RSC. I think this is slightly different. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dev.
Yeah, refetch on fixed tail time. That's basically what
It's
I
like
said earlier. Is that
it's like
you're just
polling,
hitting
right?
refresh. It's like you're just hitting refresh all the time,
Yeah,
but now like the browser or the application
yeah.
is
So
going to
yeah,
do that for
YouTube is
you
probably
instead of
really quiet right now.
instead
So
of the user having to do it.
Yeah, you guys can
It like
barely hear me.
there's a
I
bunch of
crank it
problems
back
with
up.
that. Like
Like, dude,
if
I
anything, it's
haven't
coming
changed the
through
way I'm
down too late.
talking in any way.
Like you can't.
Now I have to yell more to make it get to where I need it to be.
Overfetching, like
Motherfucker!
all the time to get all the
All
same
right,
data,
so if I talk
or
normally,
you
it's
won't do it
barely
often
even
enough,
registering.
and instead you
This is bullshit.
like the
dude.
most optimal model is still that I just receive an update and that's when I know when to re-render, instead of constantly like asking the, hey, is it ready yet? Hey, is it ready yet? Hey, is it ready yet? You know that
Yeah.
typical classic analogy where one person is asking the other person every second, hey, is this ready? Are we there yet?
Yeah.
Instead of just, I'll let you know when we are there. Shut up.
Yeah. I consider what Jose is talking about akin to like
Analogy.
client-side polling, where you're it, you're essentially just sitting there just like just making those requests every determinate amount of time. You're making a request like a fucking like a annoying cron job that just doing that over and over again. The thing is like these patterns existed for a reason. Like if you weren't doing some sort of event driven pattern, but you wanted to keep your data super up to date, like React's query is a great example of this, where you have client side polling for stuff like charts, right? Like if you wanted to, like, maybe you were using like AG grid and like you were pulling in data from like the ticker from like the Wall Street, you absolutely need to be fucking like pulling that data constantly to be up to date. And I think what Dev is talking about is cutting out like these middlemen, right? Like this middle person kind of situations that we've created that that are there to solve this problem, right? So like the polling is one of those middle paradigms, and then like webhooks is another one, and this is web sockets, right? So we have like a connection that's directly like from like he described like a person in a restaurant ordering food or a drink or a coffee at a cafe, right? And then the person that's over there that has another device that receives that order presses a button, and immediately that user that ordered sees that it's been confirmed immediately. Like as soon as that button was pressed, boom, it's confirmed on that phone because it's a WebSocket, right? It's a direct connection. So I think this is really cool idea, because it's combining like the React server components, which are really ergonomic, with WebSockets, which are not ergonomic at all, but they're very powerful.
Yeah, and just to clarify that there's still a WebSocket server in between. Like the direct connection doesn't mean it's going from like peer to peer. There's
Yeah.
still gonna be like a WebSocket server, that but the other thing is that this WebSocket server can be anywhere. So like
Yep.
if Sunil is interested in this, or he already is interested in this. This is just a durable object. So if you're in the same like if you're in the same city, you just have like your WebSocket server is probably in the same town.
So I do actually have a question about scalability of WebSockets. To me, the scalability of a cached response from a REST server is far more easy to scale horizontally than a WebSocket server, which is inherently stateful, right? So how do you resolve or deal with the statefulness of a WebSocket server versus the statelessness of just polling?
I don't deal with that at all. Like this isn't like all the WebSocket stateful resource issues that you're talking about. They exist with or without server components. Like they are. That's a completely different dimension of problem of building WebSocket applications.
So I
You're
wasn't
not
necessarily
getting-
talking about like just the RSC version of it. I just mean WebSockets
Okay, got
versus
it.
polling, like in general,
Got it. Okay.
right? Like the scalability of those two separate things, right? Not
Yeah, I mean, then
RSCs
it
in
depends.
general, right? Like just
Yeah, then it depends on kind of the use case. Like if I want to build this order checkout page, or like this order page and then restaurant page where the changes are synced together, then I think the scalability of polling would be worse because there's not a lot of updates happening, and if I constantly keep refreshing, my server is probably going through more load than if it just handled a couple WebSocket connections. Because again, now if I think about it in this sense, if I'm reloading the page, I'm also querying the database all that time to check if the order has been updated or not. So then if you're just constantly polling, then you have to ask about how scalable is your database? Can it handle all those queries? Or do you just want to open a long-lived WebSocket connection? So if you want to do these like interactive things where the client should automatically get updated or the client should have the most up-to-date data all the time, you're going to have to pay some sort of server cost. Either if that could be WebSocket, that could be your database, that could be some other cache that you're using, but it's something. It
So
doesn't
I want to
matter.
push back on that. If I'm doing just polling, then my REST server or anything that is updating that resource can actually determine the cache headers that determine whether I need to actually refetch wholly or whether I use the cache value that my web browser has already, right?
Yeah,
So
but
at that
the
point,
specific
right, like the GET request to that is fully scalable based upon cache headers and the
yeah, no,
server invalidating that cache.
we specifically have been mentioning like live interactions, right? So like you can't cache a live interaction between like the event going from say a customer purchasing a drink and the confirmation coming from the barista, right? Like that's not cacheable because that's a live interaction that's occurring in real time. That's not likely to be repetitive in any way whatsoever.
So I agree with that. So for the coffee app, it's not necessarily relevant. But for an app that maybe does have to deal with real-time updates being multicast to a bunch of consumers, that is fully cacheable, right?
See, so the way I think about it is like this. If you're caching something, you've basically like allocated some memory or some storage space somewhere to hold a piece of data that you're going to be looking at quite often, right? When you have a WebSocket server, but you have WebSocket state, which is also like allocating some memory or storage data for storing some information that you're going to be looking at quite often. So again, in terms of like how they work, like in the infrastructure, like it's the same concept, just using different tools. Like, are you using the edge cache or are you using the Redis cache, or are you using a whatever durable object uses, or SQLite, or a
Whatever
live
durable
running?
object uses.
I have no idea how durable
But
objects actually
but
work.
can WebSocket use any of those things you just mentioned?
They
Yes.
can, yes, they absolutely
That's
can use any of
Okay.
those things.
Okay.
yeah. Specifically, what PartyKit is actually like WebSocket uh, technology sitting on top of Cloudflare Worker durable objects.
Yeah, you literally just need like some way to store some data on the server and run some logic. That's basically all you need. Everything else is kind of like a more specific version of how are you storing the data and how are you running the logic. Is the data being stored in a disk somewhere, in or in memory somewhere, or like under behind a cloud provider? That's like, all of that is kind of irrelevant to how we write the code, or that's how it
Another
should be, at least.
another
Interesting.
interesting
So I've never
implementation
tried
I
to
was
solve
thinking
that
about,
problem in the
Chris,
same way.
is we actually used WebSockets inside of Wrangler for the Cloudflare workers. Um, so like uh, like you could also see like that Sunil wrote that code as well, and I think the WebSockets are being used for they're either being used for connections to the the fake edge, like the sorta edge, or they're being used for the authentication stuff, or both. It might be both. But anyways, the um, that's like a CLI environment, which is also fucking weird. But you basically have a WebSocket server that's being created by the CLI, so that it could do this like way more. Um, uh, I don't want to say fast, but like more directly interactive um, uh, uh, development environment with the connection to your code that you're developing locally, right? So like the idea was previously they were just using regular, HTTP and other shit to like try to create that connection to the like the fake edge worker instance that it creates for development. And that constantly crashed and failed all the time. Like it was constantly crashing and trying to restart, crashing and restart. And these WebSockets just like allowed for like these long living connections where like you basically were able to hit your Cloudflare worker in like this development edge environment. And it was like a live edge environment. So now they have like all the local stuff. You know, like this whole WebSocket server is far less important and meaningful.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm gonna get going here anyways. Like
I would need to see how that works.
Dev, I think you have a really fucking cool thing going on, man. Hella tight. You got anything? Dev already did his plug. You got anything to plug, Chris?
No, not at the moment. I made some major headway on the scheduling for Vexilla, but probably not ready to like fully announce yet.
All right. Well, Chris is terrible at self promotion. You go check him out at twitch.tv/CM Griffing, like his last name on here. Same for youtube.com at CM Griffing. So go follow Chris if you like his technical chops.
He's not wrong.
Peace.
Okay, he's not wrong.
Bye.
All right, so I really appreciate
Peace.
that. I am
Bye.
terrible at self-promotion. I am really bad at it. I do need to be called out for that, but yeah. So that was that. I should be better about calling myself out, right? Like promoting my own shit. So yeah, I'll do that in the future. Whatever. Yeah, I'm not aware of how Cloudflare workers actually solve that problem. Yeah, I'm really unsure about that. And the stuff they were saying, I don't know, but something about it seems off to me. Like something has to scale your WebSocket for you. If you're not using API Gateway to do so, how are you actually scaling that stateful web server? No matter what you do, you got to do that. How is that working? I would be really curious about how Dev is solving that problem. But he's dealing with a one-to-one kind of thing. Technically, he's actually still dealing with like the coffee shop doing the multi-consumer approach, right? They have to consume many connections. How does that one receiver actually receive many WebSocket connections about the updates that they need, right? And technically, no, your API should be the middleman between those, and you're not establishing a pure like one-to-one connection between the WebSocket producer and consumer, right? But at the end of the day, like you still need to actually spawn out a WebSocket from your server to the consumer that is like the restaurant or the coffee shop. And how does the coffee shop scale consuming all of these other things? Well, realistically, the coffee shop only has one connection to deal with, and maybe that doesn't need to scale. Yeah, so again, like Mesmero, you'd have to establish some kind of polling to solve that problem, right? No matter what, polling would be involved because you have to check with the server about like what you have versus what you don't have yet, about orders coming in, their status, pushing the status to the server to like propagate to consumers, right? Like a lot of this is just purely like RESTful, but how do you make sure that everyone is up to date? Right? And at that point, if you can establish the WebSocket and a source of truth for the moment you established it, that could work, But how do you handle like massive scale where so many orders are coming into a coffee shop that the moment they establish their connection versus the moment the WebSocket connection is established, could there be like lost orders between them? And then you have to like really work out your, you know, like rationalizing where you are with like the server state. And that's a problem to have too, right? No matter what, these are hard problems to solve that not every coffee shop is going to have to deal with. But if you are the only Starbucks in your area, it might be a problem you have to deal with sooner rather than later. I don't know. I have no idea. I've never personally had to deal with that issue. But there is something to deal with that state and how like that state could be inconsistent with whatever server you're hitting or with whatever like cache you're hitting at some point in the middle of these two things. I find polling easier to reason about for that stuff because your REST server can actually change out the cache headers really easily. So if you're making a redundant polling request, the cache headers make that a no-op anyway. But if data has updated, well, then you get the latest data anyway, right? You'll end up sending the most recent request you know about with that GET request, and then you only get the most recent things that have happened since that GET request. That is very easy to reason about, but also fairly heavy. So it's not only about the delay, Mesmero, how many orders are you willing to drop based upon like the amount of orders you get per second. And the amount of orders you get per second will actually change based upon the hour of the day. At 9 a.m., your orders per second will most likely be higher than 3 p.m., right? So orders per second, and based on how you scale and rationalize data you've missed and how you do that, will massively change things. And none of this ends up actually being a front-end concern. It actually is more concerned with the back end and how they deal with updating data for the front end. And then how the front end consumes that data is important. But on your front end, if you're just doing a poll rather than a WebSocket, eventually you'll get the stuff you missed anyway, because it's just a fucking fetch. Whereas a WebSocket relies upon the fact that you received every event. What if you miss an event due to random internet bullshit? Is that acceptable? None of this stuff is like 100%. I don't know the answer for any of it. I've never had to deal with a system that relied upon real time in such a way. For the most part, I feel like you could hack out a solution using polling that would actually solve all of the edge cases first, but would it be as up to date as you need it to be? And then how often are you polling for that to be worthwhile? Right? So at that point, if you were to say, I need everything within the last 5 minutes rationalized to the latest minute, sure. Could your backend respond with the headers that matter? Absolutely. But if they need to update the headers, right? Like, is it worth fetching the whole fucking payload anyway? I don't know. Like, a lot of this stuff is just not a problem I've had to deal with at any level of scale. And I trust Dev to have somewhat dealt with that in a way that I just haven't. Like, I totally get that. That makes sense to me. But again, I don't know, man. Tough problem to solve. What we have figured out for today, and I need to get some food in my belly. I need to cook some ramen. You do that thing. What we figured out for today is that we got our tests passing enough. Let's try and run this, this one test again and see if it actually works, or does it fail out? It does work. Well, shit, we'll have to test it tomorrow. Yeah, once mobile connections chime in, like, oh shit, dealing with mobile is like a bigger nightmare than anyone anticipated for. I just don't know. But I do trust that Dev has actually like dealt with these problems a little more than I have. Probably. I don't know. But I assume so, right? This is something he's thought about because the way he responded to my comments lends toward like understanding the issue more so than me at like a hypothetical or theoretical endpoint. So I get it. Like he has needed to either deal with it or at least think about it more so than I have. So I trust Dev to be a very smart contributor towards these things. So yeah, real quick, that said, oh man, I need to get some food in my belly because this jerk drinking straight whiskey should not continue drinking straight whiskey. I need a mixer very soon. I can do the mixer right now. I get that. But yeah. Where do we go raid? What we're doing tomorrow, for sure, on this stream is going to be the Kotlin SDK. We might start out a little bit with whatever start-end bug we have and try and figure that out. But for the most part, I think the Kotlin SDK is the thing that we're going to jump into that's more entertaining and hopefully brings more people in watching. Just saying. Yeah, I get it, Coffee and Coding. You could have been here all day, but you weren't. And that's not your fault. You just had zero interest in solving the time zone bugs we had. But you might be interested in the Kotlin coding later, tomorrow. Now, I get it, man. I'm just being honest here, right? Just be honest with me. But you weren't here. You weren't here for it. So were you actually interested? We still got to solve the bugs for everything else. Cody solved it for one thing, and then we had bugs in other languages. And you weren't here for it. But again, I'm kidding. It's fine, man. You got a life to live. You can't be here every day. I'm here every day, but that's not your fault. So I get it, man. Don't feel bad. It's okay. Just because you weren't here doesn't mean I'm actually judging you for it. No, I get you, man. Don't worry about it. Like, seriously, I was kidding. Kind of. I know people have a life to live, and I stream too much. I think that's the problem. I stream too much. There's no FOMO on this stream. You can just show up tomorrow and basically get the entire gist of what you missed. There is zero FOMO on this stream. Now, if you miss an entire week, you missed a lot because I stream every day. Exactly, Mesmero. There's always some date time bug that will fail you out. Yeah, I get it. Here's the thing, Coffee and Coding. Did you not see my latest tweet? Ahem, Mr. Sir. I'm going to shout it out real quick. My latest tweet links to my latest YouTube video. No, okay, so that's actually my latest tweet. I mean my latest tweet that actually matters. Did you see my latest YouTube video? If you could give it a like, a comment, or a retweet, or all of the above, just let me know. I think the comments are valuable. The Bob that I know had a really valid comment, and then they vanished. I'm going to actually, push them into making that a YouTube comment or a Twitter comment. Either one. Because their comment is actually hugely valuable and useful. But no spoilers. You got to wait till they make it. Anyway, I know. I'm just bullshitting. I'm chatting. I'm doing my thing. My thing is barely useful. Let's go find a stream to lurk and raid. Holy shit. We see Bad Cop at a reasonable hour? That's insane. So we're going to go raid Bad Cop because I don't get that chance. I don't get that chance at all. So here we go, raiding Bad Cop. It is such a rare thing for us to be able to do. They're streaming at like a human hour? That's insane. That's so weird. That is so weird to me. I'm only barely kidding. I'll be over on gaming. I got some ramen to cook over on gaming. Yeah. I'll be making some ramen. And then I have no idea what game I'm going to play after that. But yeah, let's go raid Bad Cop. I'm going to click that button. I'll see y'all over there. And I'll see some of y'all over on gaming, right? I have no idea what game I'm going to play. No clue. So y'all got to help me figure that out over there. In the meantime, let's go say hi to Bad Cop. I'm going to end the YouTube stream. Thank you all for lurking. Thank you all for chilling. Hope you enjoyed that chat. I really enjoyed Jacob's chats, and I'm happy he lets me join. That's actually really fun on my part, at least. I really enjoy it. So yeah, I'm going to end the YouTube stream.